checking. All right. Hello, everyone. Let's see who's in here. Hello, Miro. Hello, Ben, Leo, Party. Oh, and Racken's in here. Hello, and Racken. I hope everyone is doing well. Oh, Shay's in here too. Hey, Shay. I hope things are going well. How's everyone's week been? Has it been a good week? Busy week? Boring week? Terrible week? How's everyone been doing? WoW reacts when? No, I don't know about tonight, but maybe one day. Mixed week for me, yeah. It was okay, says Leo. An okay week. Life is suffering. I cannot expect individual weeks to deviate from that. It was fine. Yeah. I'm guessing that a lot of people are kind of just getting through life, right? Same here. Same here. It was okay. I took on more hours of teaching, so for various reasons. There's various reasons why I did what I did, but part of it is that it's just not feasible. I pay rent, I have to pay utilities. I want to be a supportive roommate for Party, and you know, if in the future we go our separate ways, I want to be able to afford my own place. So yeah, so I took on more work, but I think I was more stressed out about it than I thought. So I think we can all say all of us have just been trucking. Ben is freezing from what I understand. Yes, well, from what I know about basic geography is that the southern hemisphere tilts away from the sun. Because I don't know if people in chat know this, but the Earth wobbles on its axis as it goes around the sun. And so some parts of the year, the southern hemisphere tilts toward the sun, and some parts of the year, the northern hemisphere tilts towards the sun. So right now, the southern hemisphere is tilting away. Well, that's good for you, Miro, but some people apparently don't know that while we enjoy summer, New Zealand and Australia are suffering through their version of winter. Now, from what I understand, only the southern parts of New Zealand really get snow comparable to Canada. No one can beat Canada and Russia for the amount of snow that we have. But it's probably still hot in Aussie. True. Well, you should just move there, Ben. You would fit right in. They wouldn't even be able to tell the difference from the way that you talk. Everything there wants to kill people. That is true. That is true. From the snakes to the spiders to the jungle to the kangaroos to the drop bears to the everything, to the large insects that bite you. And then you get in the ocean and then there's like jellyfish that want to kill you. And stingrays. I don't know about fairy bread, but I definitely know about that black stuff. What's it called? What is it that they put on their bread? I want to say turpentine, but that's not what it is. Oh, what's the special name for that stuff? It's black. Marmite, yeah. Marmite. Even the name. Vegemite. Is it because the Earth is tilted diagonally? If you draw a line from North Pole to South Pole, the Earth tilts diagonally. It goes back and forth. It goes back and forth, Leo. In fact, if you were really burning with questions, ask Miro. He's an astronomer. But essentially, the Earth tilts. And if I understand my ancient archaeology correctly, so I'm going to go down this path just for it temporarily. Woolie's probably not with us, so I can get away with murder today. So if this is the Earth, oops. Wow, that's a circle. Well, anyway, this is the Earth, and this is the axis. The axis doesn't just tilt back and forth, it actually wobbles in a circle. It wobbles in a circle. And this wobble actually causes something that we call precession. It's a way for us to calculate this wobble. And the wobble is called precession. And I think the wobble's like somewhere in the vicinity of 25,000 years it takes for a full wobble of this pole. Yeah. The Earth oscillates as it orbits. Yeah. And the Earth's so you can imagine if this is the sun, it's looking like a cloud. That's terrible. Miro's gonna have like a conniption here. This is the sun. The Earth always tilts this way, let's say. I'm not sure if it's tilting in or out. Miro can tell. And because it's always tilting this way, it tilts like this. So at one point of the year, the sun goes more here, and at another point of the year, the sun goes more there. Oh. Oh. Wait 1 second. Oh my gosh. Wait 1 second here. Sorry, guys. Here you go. So, like, you can see here, the tilt is the same, right? It's tilting this way, let's say. Right? It's tilting this way. Let's say the tilt is this way. And because it's tilting this way all the time, the sun will hit. That's how the seasons are caused. I know enough astronomy. I'm also hugely into astronomy. I love astronomy. I love space documentaries. My favorite space documentary is Journey to the Edge of the Universe. But precession is interesting because the ancient peoples of the planet Earth knew about precession. And it's like an old form of knowledge that they somehow were able to track. And that's a big, huge mystery, which I find so fascinating. Evening party people. Hey, Jonathan. It's a 23.5 degree tilt. There you go. I feel like I missed some context. Why are we talking about planetary orbits and seasons? Ben is in the planetary orbit where New Zealand and parts of Australia will get their winter or autumn. He's moving into autumn and he's miserable because unlike us, he does not have, well, maybe he has like some autumn and then he moves into like actual winter, but he just has annoying cold. He doesn't get anything cool like we do in Canada. Well, Canada has to make up for something, right? Otherwise, it's just a lame-ass country. So I'm just guessing from the way people are talking that everyone is just doing their work. Did anyone have any? One pole would be closer to the sun and then the other and so on? Kind of, yeah. But it depends on how it's rotating around the sun. Like which part of the rotation around, like revolution, I should call it. Revolution around the sun. It's rotating while it's revolving. It's rotating and revolving. So, Miro, I'm sure, would love to tell us all about this. And honestly, I like it myself. I think astronomy is really cool. Yeah. In fact, Leo, are you not in Argentina? Is not Argentina... Okay, let me look this up on the other screen here. Is not Argentina also being in the southern hemisphere? Yeah, it's dipping in temperature right now. The coldest month in Argentina is in July. That's because that would be their winter-ish, basically. Now, Argentina is a very long country. It's a, if I recall correctly, it's chonky. It's not as skinny as Chile or Chile or whatever they want to call themselves. I'm not sure. It's a chonky boy. Has Argentina ever considered giving some of their land to Chile or Chile or whatever they call themselves? Probably not. Leo, can you dox yourself a little and tell us whether you're in the north or south of Argentina? Let's find out. Yeah, see? 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 There you go, Leo. This is why, Leo. This is why it's cold for you right now, and we're all slowly warming up. Leo is finally understanding why Argentina is colder at a different time of the year than Canada. It's okay, Leo. We were all there one time when we were like 6 years old. Leo's just living his best life. And you know what? People don't need to know about astronomy to be happy. But it's kind of cool, Leo, once you find out that, oh, that's why Argentina and New Zealand and parts of Australia are feeling it. Who is Omar Ali? Who is that? Hello, person. Hey, Wooly. Oh my lord, it's almost like what I said summoned Wooly. It's crazy. How's V Rising doing? I thought you had penguins until recent. Oh, Leo. Leo. It's okay. It's okay. So now when people say, what do polar bears eat? Leo, what are you going to say? So if someone says, hey, Leo, polar bears eat penguins. And you'll say, no, they don't. There's no penguins in the North Pole. They eat. What are you going to say? What do they eat? I have an explanation for that, though. Okay. He's a flat earther. He saw a Pepsi Cola commercial. Well, I hope you are wonderfully impressed, Wooly. Wooly still has a few more hours to go before he can rush home. Well, before we get into things, remember to switch to live chat, everyone. Yeah, switch to live chat. I actually switched to live chat. How's the puppers been, Shay? How's the new puppy been? I remember the other day when we were chatting, you said you had to go because, like, the puppy needed out or something. I saw news when I was little and there were penguins swimming near Hawaii. And my whole life, I never checked any penguin facts. Oh. I see. Yeah, I mean, it happens to everyone. There's actually a town in Canada called Churchill. It's in the north of my province. It's extremely far north. And they often get polar bears that prowl around the town looking for food in the trash. Yeah. Well, that's how it do be sometimes, Leo. Leo, for those of you who are just listening in and are not watching what chat's actually saying, Leo thought for 31 years that penguins lived in the North Pole as well as the South Pole. But now he knows better. So what is going on? Well, I'm going to chill for a bit. We're going to watch some videos. We have a video from Leo about women on woman hate and envy. We have a video from Miro on First Bronze Age collapse and the Intermediate Bronze Age. And then we have two authors talking about story structure. And I thought this would be a great time to talk about something very practical and very straightforward about story writing. Leo's like, oh gosh. Sorry, I gotta school my brother about something. Sometimes I have to do something as an older sister, okay? And I pride myself on the fact that I let most of my siblings do whatever. I'm not breathing down their necks about stuff. But when I see one of them struggling, and it's like, you know what? A small word of advice would give them, save them a lot of pain. I have to step in. I have to be like, hey, by the way, you know, I'm not an overbearing older sister, but I will do my bit if I feel like something's really crazy. Is he being wrong on the internets? No. So my brother just got some news that he was accepted to a job in the area. He's very excited because he's kind of rethinking about how he wants to go about his career and life. So the first step to being independent and kind of striking out is to get a job. So it's not a major job. It's, you know, minimum. It will be a minimum wage job, but it's a good start, right? And then he was like, yeah, but they only pay by check. They don't do auto deposit. And I'm gonna be honest, auto deposit is beautiful. But if you get paid by check, it's not the end of the world, because in Canada, our banks have apps. And you can actually deposit your checks via the bank, your phone app. You take photos of your check and it will deposit it for you. You don't have to physically go into the bank and deposit that check anymore. And so, yeah. I'm just here to give him a little bit of advice and say, hey, bro, you don't need to go into the bank. You can just take a photo. It will be fine. Oh, you guys have that as well in Michigan? I'm pretty sure this is a common thing through most of North America, but guess what? I discovered that my little brother did not know it existed. It's the same here in the US. Yeah, that's what I figured. But somehow he did not know. So I had to tell him. I had to step in and be like, hey, fear not. But anyway. Mobile banking is very dominant. It is. It is. Yeah. It is indeed. I will say, I remember talking with some of my students about cashless societies. And while I'm kind of like, I feel like we're there, basically, it is really sad. So, for example, in Tim Hortons, we used to have this thing called Roll Up the Rim. And you would buy a cup of coffee and you could roll up the cup of coffee on the lip where the lid would go on, and you could win a donut or a drink or whatever. And it was a staple of Canadian culture to roll up the rim to win. But in more recent years, they started trying to implement digital roll up the rim on their app. And I remember this one year where it was really bad, and this old man who was probably, if not homeless, then at least one of those extremely financially desperate people, who was railing at one of my coworkers and my supervisor. And he was yelling, and he was like, what about the rest of us, huh? The ones who don't have phones. And I thought to myself, you're not wrong, bro. Because if you are someone who chose to opt out of having a phone, or you could not afford to have a phone, or let's say your credit was so bad you couldn't get a payment plan or anything for a phone, you would be locked out of a lot. And something like Roll Up the Rim to Win, which was ubiquitous, really, in terms of Ontario Canadian culture. I'm not sure if it was across the rest of Canada, but it was just so... everyone expected it. It just felt gross that we were limiting people from accessing this really fun thing that used to be part of our lives. I don't think we have checks here. My mom had them but didn't use them. Yeah, most people don't use checks, Leo. I'm going to be real. But some franchises still do. Not that stepping into a branch is the end of the world. No. Tell him to withhold a portion of his checks to start saving. Wish I learned to save more as a teen. Yeah, I'm hoping that he will think about those things. My local bank branch no longer does in-person banking. Interesting. Weird. Cash is still big here, in spite of what the government is trying for. Yeah. My local bank made their Shay said, my local bank made their drive-through lanes all automatic, and everyone refuses to use them at all. Millions down the drain, and now everyone goes inside. They had to put up those seatbelt fabric lanes. People packed front to back in the whole huge lobby. Wow. In Argentina, everybody has money in the bank and money under the mattress. Banks withhold people's money and froze accounts in the past so nobody trusts them. Fair. Very fair. Yeah. That I get. I get that. I used to be paid in cash when I lived in China. So every month I would go in and they would pull out a wad of money that would be in this thick envelope, 2 inches thick. And then they would sit down, they would put 5,000 RMB into this money counter, and then they would go flip, and they would count the money in front of me. And only when it went to 1,000 would I then sign off. And then I would have to walk home from the school with 5,000 RMB in my pocket. How is crime in China compared to other countries? Let's just say thieving was a huge issue. Thieving was a huge issue. It was so bad. The kids did not rob you. No, I would only pick my money up after class. Royal. I would not pick my money up before classes started. And the kids were all expats. So they were either Indian, American, Korean. They were not Chinese nationals, the children. So they were not, so they were, let's just say this. These were not the kinds of kids to be bad. Like, this was a very different kind of school with different kind of children, with different kinds of parents, actually. The parents were all pretty solid. And the parents that weren't solid and who had crappy kids would get kicked out because there was a waiting list. So that the school could afford to be... did any Chinese man steal your heart? No. Yeah. There were some parts of the city I was expressly told not to visit for fear that I would get robbed. So that Chinese people would tell me, don't go to that place, you will get robbed. Now, I did go into one place where they said that crime was higher. And that was accidental. It was like a gig that I was doing for some part-time work on the side. That was really unfortunate. But anyway, long story short, I ended up at a school. This is the packed out classroom story. Does chat remember that packed out classroom story? So like, these are kids that would never see a foreigner and would never hear English natively spoken. And I went to a part of the city that many foreigners wouldn't go to. Why wouldn't you want a guy named Rob? I think that's a joke. But yeah. And since I don't live there anymore, I will happily dox myself. So, in terms of where I used to live in China. So, let's see here. Okay. So, do you see where this yellow star is in the middle of the screen? Let's close this. Oh my Lanta. Yep. I hate Google Maps. Wait 1 second. And yeah. So if I go in quite a bit. So this is where I lived. So this is a massive city. And let's see. Xi'an population. This is a city of 13 million people. And the urban population in the middle is about 9.5 million. To put this in perspective in terms of size, Toronto population is 3 million. Yeah, I think in the center. And then like it might be higher all around. But in the center of Toronto, it's about 3 mil. The center of Xi'an is 9 mil and then 12 mil around. So if you can see here, this residential district, we have the middle. You can kind of see that's like a square. So there's like a middle. And then there's rings. Do you see like ringed, like these are ring roads and they go around the city for transportation. And all of the foreigners lived either in the middle or they lived down into the south. But almost none went to the east, none went to the north, and none went to the northwest. With CCTV surveillance is everywhere. And they would watch you and follow you and read your emails. Just, you know, normal shit. And this is like... This is very close to where I lived. This is very, very close to where I lived. So if you went down this road, this Y road, just a little bit, that's where I lived. Ayo. Hello, Cody. Not sure. I don't think I've seen you around, but hello. We're just talking about my time in China. Where I lived. You can't see it, right? You guys can't see it, but in the distance there are mountains. But the mountains are always hid by smog. Not a terrible place to live. Where? In China? I gotta find it. Wait a minute. See if I can find it. Maybe not. China is pretty cool. China is pretty cool. I lived there for 9 years. There's parts of it that are very good. But there are parts of it that are gross and disgusting. What they do to minorities is gross and disgusting. What they do to average people and how they can just make you move out to put down a road. It's kind of gross and disgusting. Their methodology of education is lopsided, but then so is ours. But it still is lopsided. We can be critical even while we ourselves are in a shitty state. Their education is lopsided. They are... Yeah, they're extremely nationalist. Extremely nationalist. And their pollution, their air pollution is gross. Their air pollution is out of the world. Like their AQI index is wildin'. Like in Canada, people think Toronto is disgusting, and Toronto in terms of AQI is somewhere in the range of like 23 to 50s. Okay? In Xi'an, China, where I lived, an average day is 50. This is Xi'an. This is what my lungs lived with. And one time it went up to 800. Like it permanently damages your lungs. They had a coal factory 2 blocks down. Yeah, this is as bad as India. China is as bad as India. Now, China will tell you, oh no, we're doing better. Yeah, you're doing better. But this is, like, once again, for Toronto, the highest it is ever is like a 50. 55, maybe. This is minimum 64. 140. 120. $301. This is in America, I think. No, it's in Xi'an. Yeah, real-time air pollution map. 300. 301. Once again, food, great. People, really generous. Albeit, like I said, nationalist to an extreme degree. Air quality, absolute shite. Absolutely. Completely crap. But you can go live there if you want. And if you don't mind the government reading your emails and stuff, like I'm sure our government does as well. But yeah, what's my favorite takeout place? McDonald's. A heartless potato. Some strange people in here. Did they ever seem to use CCTV to prevent or punish thievery, or similar to the West, only crimes that certain people care about get punished with much alacrity? No, China is big on the punishment thing. What do you think, chat? Should we move to China? That's absolutely not takeout. But once again, I liked living there for a while. I would not go back there again. Xi Jinping is crazy. He's way too buttoned down. Yeah, there's just certain things that they're doing that I absolutely would not want to be sitting around and watching. That's for sure. But I did enjoy my 9 years there at its peak, when it was really open and people could talk about things and be a bit more open about certain things that they would want to pursue as individuals. But there was prejudice, there was bias, there was favoritism. I saw forms of xenophobia. I saw racism. We were in, I think we were there, I was there in a taxi with a taxi cab driver who refused to believe that Obama was black. He refused to believe it. And I had American friends who were like, no, he's African American. They were trying to explain to this Chinese driver Obama was a black American president. He refused to believe that a black person could be president of America. Is the language difficult to learn? Grammatically, no. Speaking, yes. 我最喜欢的外国是哪个? Wait a minute, I gotta make this larger. 我最喜欢的 Y something 是 Why my? Sure, 那个 UN something to do with the doctors? 公司的 something. I really like foreign something to do with work. What did he think Obama was, if not black? White, probably. McDonald's is not takeout? It isn't? But I take McDonald's out. I order it in. They thought he was white. So I can read some of this. This is 我, and then this is 最, which is I really. This is 喜欢. My favorite. 我最, my most favorite. Okay, so this together, 我最喜欢的 would be my most favorite something. This here, I'm not sure about this thing here. Sure is that naga. So this part here, I'm not sure about. My most favorite foreign something is that. And then 公司, I think is related to, is it work or is it park? Work? Company? This word here is the word we use for go or for travel. This is possessive. Or like, of the. There's no MSG McDonald's. What is takeout then? What does takeout count as? What does takeout count as? Chat, what is takeout then? I'm confused. Like Chinese takeout. I don't know. I like Chinese and Indian takeout then. I like Chinese and Indian takeout. Although I don't mind like a good shawarma. Like there was a shawarma place in my old city. My favorite takeaway is the CEO of that healthcare company. Takeaway? Why Dao? Why Mao? Takeaway. My most favorite takeaway is that so is the CEO of that healthcare company. The more MSG, the better. I agree, Royal. I agree. Wow. Okay, so I was kind of close. This thing, I have no idea what that would be. This feels like, to me, like the word for, like... I thought that would be related to, like, yuan, but I could be wrong. But anyway, thank you for that little exercise in Chinese. My Chinese Hanzi is pretty spotty. But essentially, the Chinese grammar is easy. It's the speaking that's the rough part. Sitting and memorizing Hanzi is not a big deal. It's the I think some people might struggle with writing it physically by hand. I snort MSG on the weekend. Oh my lord. Is that what kids are calling it these days? Yeah. Yeah. But I don't mind. I liked living there. Don't get me wrong. But I lived there during a golden era where people were more open. They were exploring. They were listening to American music. They could get their hands on American music easily. People who were part of LGBTQ were coming out of the closet, all that kind of stuff. A lot of that stuff is going the way of the dodo. And a lot of weird fuckery is starting to happen in China. So I would not go back there. And the air quality, doesn't matter what you say. The air quality was shite. I will try to find, okay, guys? I actually took 2 photos on 2 separate days. The air quality in China was so bad, we didn't recognize for 2 months that a building went up across the street. Because the smog was so bad from the coal factory nearby that we couldn't visibly see across to where a building was going up. So then, like 2 months later, the clouds parted and there was like a new partial building being raised. We didn't even see it. It's not MSG, it's umami. Still COC. People in the chat, should I sprint up to their place and barge into a room? No. You do anything, I'll kick you in the nuts. And I'll tell T-Rex that her man has been permanently damaged. Anyway. It seems like we have some new people in here, which is kind of weird, but okay. Okay. He just ran out of the room. I think he's on the way. No balls. Artie is my, Artie Marty is my little brother, by the way. So, yeah. Wait, Cody knows? Wait, who is Cody? Wait, do I know Cody? Anyway, let's talk about woman on woman hate and envy. He's your brother's boyfriend? Nah, that makes too much sense now. Okay. Is it the name of Yuri manga? We've been keeping it a secret for years. Today we're going to be talking about somebody's video that was recommended to us. It's Psychology with Dr. Anna. I don't know who this person is, so I don't openly support whatever she's going to say, unless what she says makes sense. We shall see. I've not pre-watched this. It says, we need to talk about woman on woman hate and envy. Now, what does chat think about this title? Do they agree that this is a thing? Have they seen this happen? Has any one of you seen woman on woman hate and envy? From chat's perspective, what has this looked like? Now, YouTube doesn't have a major female presence, but we know that there are a couple females in chat. But what does... Circle K parking lot. The people that hate women the most is woman, or so I've heard, says Jonathan. I suspect she's going to blame the patriarchy. That would be interesting. That would be great. So she'll come out and say, yes, women hate women, but that's because men make them hate each other. Straight up. So fights and insults. Social media is a scary place. Now, I went to for 1 year to a high school. It was my one and only year in public high school. And there were these gang kids. And some of them were girls. And they would take their earrings out. And then they would fight the other girls. So that was wild. I've seen girls in high school bully another girl by telling her that because they were hotter, they were going to steal her boyfriend, and she ran crying to the bathroom. Wow. But I can believe that, actually. There are intergendered conflicts among men and women, especially in spaces where they are a minority. The OPPS. What? Women are humans. Humans are envious. Each sex exhibits envy differently. Yeah. Willie, I think this is kind of where I stand, right? I think male on male hate and envy happens, and woman on woman hate and envy happens. And it's not about one gender is more, crazy than another. It's just they both have these very human vices and virtues, and they show them in different ways, but they do exist. I saw a couple of fights in gym class. Usually was a tomboy against some girly girl. That's interesting. Ops is short for opposition. Wow. Artie Marty is getting spicy and feisty. Might have to call in Party into here. Yeah. I was extremely skinny, so I looked like a girl. This interesting. Very interesting. We had some brothers who were extremely skinny, but they never looked like a girl because they were like balding and stuff. Oh man, my bro. Okay, let's listen. Let's listen to this lady and find out woman on woman envy. Let me know if it's too quiet, and let's just get this show started.
Come up time and time again in the past few years is that
okay, so she's apparently a doctor of clinical psychology and an author. Okay, so she supposedly knows what she's about.
Something that I've been noticing come up time and time again in the past few years is that anytime a woman is getting directed a ton of hate her way, it's predominantly other women directing that hate. And of course, it's important to have discussions about the ways that men sometimes harm women as well, but I really think we need to talk about woman-on-woman hate because this is an issue that has become so incredibly widespread. And I think it's gotten to a point where we need to hold ourselves accountable as women and to get a better understanding at what's underneath these behaviors because they seem very universal. So I looked at some of the research on this topic. I'm going to give you my own personal thoughts, and hopefully this video can help us stop falling for misogynistic PR spins as much as we do as women.
Oh, she said the misogyny, but she didn't say the misandry. So she's probably is she going to say that the patriarchy is the reason why women hate women? I hope she doesn't. 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 Now, I will say this. I do think like a lot of women look at males being aggressive, especially towards other males, and they tend to point a finger. Right? Because guys who are aggressive toward another guy will go out, they'll start fighting and kicking and punching and shooting. And there will be lots of, kind of BS around that. Women are less likely to, pull out a weapon and start harming tons of people in the process of, enacting their aggression. But the psychological stuff that they do to each other or to other men in their lives can be equally harming and in fact can drive their male counterparts nuts. So to a certain degree, like I agree that I think women have been getting away with being verbally and mentally abusive. And there do seem to be statistics that show that women are just as likely to start a fight in terms of domestic violence. It's just that because of their physical limitations, females are unable to end the fight. Most of the females, whether they began it or did not begin the fight, will end up in the hospital. So I think women have been able to hide behind very real statistical realities, but they have not been confronted about some of the behaviors that have led to those statistical realities. In female-dominated spaces, men compete for female attention and vice versa. Due to the patriarchy, most historical spaces were for men, leading to this female and female violence. Blaming others is also very human. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Artie. But let's keep going. Let's see what she decides to go with. Well, she's getting her spiel out of the way. Okay. She says this channel is for informational and entertainment purposes only. Nothing on this channel is intended as therapy, nor as a substitute for healthcare services of any kind. The thoughts expressed here are my own personal opinion and do not reflect the opinion of any institution I'm involved with. My videos are general and not specific to your unique case. I do not provide personalized advice here. Wow. Okay. So even if I disagree with her, I'm going to have to give her props for this. I really appreciate that. She's being very upfront. She's setting certain parameters for what's going to happen. I really like that. I feel like this is very... It's a bit more honest. She did her plug at the beginning, and then she's going in here. Now we're going to find out if she does any more plugs. But yeah. So let's see. Let's see what's going on.
Let's play a little game. What do the following women have in common? Amber Heard, Angelina Jolie, Olivia Wilde, Meghan Markle, Hailey Bieber, Meg Thee Stallion, and Blake Lively. If your answer was, all of these women are bitches and I hate them, congratulations. There's a very good chance that you are one of the people for whom misogynistic PR campaigns are the most effective. Many of congratulations. They're Blake Lively.
Okay, so first off, I had no idea. Angelina Jolie is a bitch? Is she?
Meg the Stallion and Blake Lively.
Wait a minute. Is Blake Lively? Wait a minute. Okay, like, we all know Amber Heard is whack. Okay, we all know she's whack. And Meghan Markle, well, I mean, she's special. She's special for sure. Don't know about these other women. Angelina Jolie, I just never got the feeling she was like, was she a strong woman? Sure. But like, was she known for being a bitch? Like, okay, Blake Lively, if I recall correctly, and I'm expanding what little I know about pop culture, but Blake Lively wasn't she part of the Swifties? Like, she was part of the Swifties, I'm sure. Like, she hung out. Isn't Blake Lively linked to, wait a minute, isn't she Ryan Reynolds' wife? Okay, so she's married to Ryan Reynolds. Okay, maybe she is crazy. Maybe she is. I don't know. I guess she's in a lawsuit drama. I guess there's some drama around Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds and some other people. Did not really comprehend. I did not know that people thought she was. Blake Lively had a blow up with her co-star from It Ends With Us. Okay. Amber is the only one I've heard of being a vicious shrew. Yeah. She's the person Brad Pitt cheated on when he was dating Jennifer Aniston. Yeah, but does that make her a bitch though? That makes her like the other woman. I mean, I liked Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I'm not gonna lie. But TBH, Amber and Angelina are the only ones I'm aware of. I would put Amber on a different level with the whole abuse thing compared to the others. Yeah, like the others are just like stronger. I guess some people think they're bitches. I guess so. I understand Amber Heard. Like, she was a nutcase. But these other ones probably are just very strong women. I think Meghan Markle has a chip on her shoulder about something. She's probably, whatever. But like, I never, ever would have put Angelina. You might as well just put like Sandra Bullock in there or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. All right. So apparently people think that these ladies are bitches. And by the way, chat, if any of you thought that they were all bitches, you are part of the problem. Okay. Is anyone ready to self-report in chat that you thought that all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all 7 of these women were crazy bitches? Did anyone here in chat think that? I didn't. My socking knees. I was going to say narcissist. Like, okay, maybe what she's trying to say here is that all of us, chat, including myself, okay, I'm going to put myself in the man basket here for a bit. Most of us men / me are not reading the tabloids, right? So we don't care. We only care if something goes to court like Amber Heard and it's a complete trash fire. But most of us don't care. And the difference is, I think, that Amber Heard specifically targeted someone's livelihood. Amber Heard specifically went out of her way to defame Johnny Depp and deprive him of his livelihood. As far as I know, for the rest of these ladies, except maybe Blake Lively, maybe there's some drama there. But as far as I know, the rest of these ladies were not targeting somebody. And I think that if anyone's going to call these ladies a bitch, it would be the women reading the tabloids, not us men / me in the man basket. We in the man basket don't care about whatever is going on with their lives for the most part. It's the women reading the tabloids that start calling them bitch. And that's why it's woman on woman. And that's why she's going to talk about internalized misogyny. Aside from Amber Heard, I don't have any personal opinion about the others. Yeah. Welcome to the basket. Thank you, Enrakin. Only Amber, but she has horrible mental problems. Yeah, like I said, Amber was the only one that we knew because the male in her life fought back. But maybe some of these ladies were, but I wouldn't know. We don't know. And guess what? We mostly don't care. If you don't pay attention to Gossip Tube, you wouldn't know any of these women, except for Amber. Yes. Yeah. See, Wooly, that's what I'm saying, is I think what she's going to probably say when she says you here, I think she's talking to women. I think she's talking to women who are hating on these women. And she's going to say it's internalized misogyny. Let's keep going.
If your answer was, all of these women are bitches and I hate them, congratulations.
I was actually going to say all of these women are really beautiful. What does that say about me? Anna, can you tell me? Because all I was going to say is they have a lot of makeup on and they look kind of pretty.
There's a very good chance that you are one of the people for whom misogynistic PR campaigns are the most effective. Many of these women found themselves in the line of fire after altercations with male celebrities in their lives. Amber Heard came under attack after accusing Johnny Depp of abuse. Angelina Jolie came under attack after accusing Brad Pitt of abuse. Olivia Wilde came under attack shortly after divorcing Jason Sudeikis and after experiencing a conflict with Shia LaBeouf. Meg Thee Stallion came under attack after she was allegedly shot by Tory Lanez. And Blake Lively came under attack after accusing Justin Baldoni of sexual harassment. And every single one of these women was devalued in sharp contrast to the idealization of the men they were associated with. Olivia Wilde, for instance, very hated woman compared to how beloved her partner Harry Styles was. Hailey Bieber, detested woman compared to how beloved her husband Justin Bieber was. And not only were these women targeted by the same kind of PR campaign, a majority of them are actually suspected to have been targeted by the same exact PR company, allegedly. Now, before you say, no, hold up, these women are genuinely terrible people though, and I can list the ways in which I'm right, please consider this. If you viciously hate one out of these women, maybe even two, let's say, you detest Angelina Jolie because you have infidelity marriage and you think she broke up Brad Pitt's marriage, or you detest Blake Lively because she got married on a plantation. Okay, sure. But if you hate the majority of these women, make no mistake, you are being manipulated by the exact same playbook every time. But it's not completely these PR teams' fault. I think that these PR campaigns are frankly the closest thing to evil that there is out there. But their campaigns can only go as far as...
Guys, last week I reamed out right conscious because of being imbalanced. Now, it would be the height of folly for me to simply pass up this young lady's words simply because she is a woman. That would not be treating her as the strong, independent intellectual that she is. After all, she has a PhD in clinical psychology. So all I can say is this is not the closest thing to evil. Now, maybe in your little sanitized, I can only guess where you live, Dr. Anna, this might be the closest thing to evil for you. But I can assure you, okay, I can assure you that people in certain military conflicts around the world, or maybe, I don't know, certain minorities being erased in certain countries, might have a bone to pick with you there. I think, once again, this is your opinion. You said you're stating your opinion, but this is a shitty way to communicate your opinion. You could just say these PR companies are gross for capitalizing on blah, 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 blah. You could just make some very basic statements, but instead you decide to go with this hyperbolic, this is the closest thing to evil. It's like, no, then you clearly like she doesn't actually mean what she says. And you know what? That's a problem for me, because if you don't really mean what you say when you say these kinds of hyperbolic things, it starts to get me thinking about everything else that you are saying. And I can think of more evil things. Will she at any point admit some of these women have done evil? I'm curious. Well, she just kind of did, Wooly, if you read between the lines. She just admitted that if you dislike Angelina Jolie because she broke up Brad Pitt's marriage or engagement or whatever relationship with Jennifer Aniston, she basically said you have a point if you dislike these women because you have a well, she even said basically if you have infidelity trauma or something like that, you know, and you hate Angelina Jolie for breaking up Brad Pitt's marriage, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, I would like it if she could admit that a woman chasing a man or a man chasing a woman while they're in a relationship is problematic. It would be at the very least, if not immoral, right? Some of us would call it immoral. It would be really nice if she could come out, make a statement, but she is so busy protecting these despised women that she's hand-waving away the more problematic aspects. Because what she is doing is she's tackling a specific issue. She's tackling an issue where some women are ready to believe that other women are evil because of either competition or because of air quote patriarchy or whatever she's gonna start spouting. But and I do think there are women who are unnaturally competitive and will hate on beautiful things or successful women because they are envious. That's a human trait, right? But to attempt to hand wave away these lived realities by basically victimizing the women and justifying the women's behavior, to me, I think is patronizing and gross. Women are equally as evil, capable of evil as men are. And to hand wave away, this is so complicated. But basically, I do agree that there are some women who dislike other women for bad reasons, but there are women. Okay, let me try to clarify my thoughts here. There are women who dislike other women for the wrong reasons, and there are women who dislike other women for the right reasons. And by right reasons, I mean not because they are traumatized or whatever, but because they have personal values by which they are able to discern or judge other people's actions as right or wrong, healthy or unhealthy. And by the way, if you take away from a woman or a man the ability to discern other people's actions as right or wrong, so I'll actually take out the word judge because that has weird connotations. But if they're unable to discern right and wrong, healthy and unhealthy, we have a societal issue. At that point, you might as well let the very, very terrible people who like to wear the white clothing, or the other terrible people who like to wave the red flag, or, a certain group of terrible people who like to hang out with kids. We have to be able to discern when something is going wrong. So if we are not able to look at other people and go, there's something wrong there, then we're in trouble. And to throw these people who dislike to throw women who dislike other women for the right reasons into the basket as other women who dislike other women for the wrong reasons, this is it straw manning? Is it straw manning? Whatever it is, it's not good. It's not good. Good evening, Chieko. Oh, hey, Diane Game. Welcome in. We're just looking at woman-on-woman hate and envy, and so far I'm disliking how she is like previous people on YouTube, collapsing two different situations. She's not verifying that some women may dislike other women for very reasonable reasons. And she is whitewashing the dislike of some women about other women as being trauma or whatever. And I think that's unfortunate. That covers like 3 unsettling groups. Will she at any... Yeah, so let's see.
As our hate for other women goes. We now have proof from subpoenaed text that the very people conducting these smear campaigns remarked how incredibly easy it was to push people into this narrative, how quick people were to hate on women. And I find it very interesting that in these cases where the public suddenly despises a woman they don't know, and the hate-worthy woman...
Okay, I'm going to go on a limb here, okay? Hear me out, chat. Okay, I'm going to type it out. PR company says it was easy to sway people in one direction of hate. Does anyone here see what the problem is? There's a few problems. Let's go back and check what she said again.
To push people into this narrative. How campaigns are frankly the closest thing to evil that there is out there. But their campaigns can only go as far as our hate for other women goes. We now have proof from subpoenaed text that the very people conducting these smear campaigns remarked how incredibly easy it was to push people into this narrative, how quick people were to hate on women. And I find it very interesting that in these cases where the public suddenly despises a woman they don't know, and the hate-worthy woman is almost always positioned in contrast to a beloved man. And I wondered, could it be that women are more likely to despise another woman when they see her as competition for a desired man? After all, every single one of the women that I mentioned was associated with a very beloved, conventionally attractive man, and they themselves are extremely beautiful women. Is it possible that these PR campaigns work so well on women because they tap into a deep-seated, primal instinct to tear down one's sexual competition? Yes, the answer is yes. Although I'm generally not...
I agree. I do think women can be that terrible. But once again, there are women who dislike other women for the wrong reasons. And then there are women who dislike other women for the right reasons. And having PR campaigns, campaigning people or smear campaigning people say it was easy to do this or that is a no-duh statement. Imagine someone coming out in a smear campaign person or like a PR company person saying, yeah, actually what we do it doesn't work. It doesn't work, folks. No, they're going to come out and they're going to say, oh yeah, absolutely it worked. Now, in my opinion, in my opinion, I think a lot of people, like in the case of Amber Heard, there were a lot. First, let's just take the Amber Heard one, because that one we all know for sure. But with the Amber Heard one is Amber Heard was believed. She was so believed that Depp lost job opportunities. And that therein is the problem. When Amber Heard first came out and was like, he abused me, etc., everyone believed her. Women were not instantly getting on the bandwagon going, Amber Heard is evil. There was a whole bunch of time where Amber Heard was absolutely believed, and no one gave a, like, people were like, yeah, Depp, he's drinking, he's taking, drugs, and yeah, he's messed up. Yep. Everyone, institutionally, Depp got whacked. Depp lost job opportunity. That's why he was taking her to court, essentially. It was affecting his life. It was affecting everywhere he went. Because a large portion of society was more likely to believe her first. They weren't hopping on some anti-Amber Heard bandwagon. I'm sure there were anti-Amber Heard bandwagons from like severe fans of Depp from the beginning. But the majority media slash entertainment coverage, not to mention the industry itself, completely backed her, Amber Heard, for a long time. And there were lots of people who believed her story. It wasn't until things started coming out that then Amber Heard got hit. Because then people started hearing the stories and they started making up their own mind. And of course, yes, there was probably anti-Amber Heard smear campaigns, and they would work because of what we call motivated reasoning. Now, motivated reasoning is basically believing something we want to believe, essentially, or looking for support of what we already believe. Asmongold has talked about this already. And essentially, I think once people saw, like, once your average person saw the facts of the case for themselves, they became motivated to see Amber Heard a certain way, and that's probably where the smear campaigns took off. But the smear campaigns were not taking off with Amber Heard, like, right away. Like, most people at the beginning thought she was okay. Rather, it pre-existed the campaign. I agree, in Racken. It could easily be claimed as a sign of success by the firm. Exactly. Like, why would you believe people who want to have the power to manage? Let's say this. Why would you believe people who want to believe they have the power to manage people's minds and thinking? Like, I don't care if they were subpoenaed or not. People can lie under subpoena. Amber smeared herself, essentially. Meghan Markle married that ginger twat, though. Yeah, what's his face? Prince Harry. Like, most people, and by the way, the if you ask your average person about Meghan Markle, like in Canada, for example, there's a whole thing about the royals. So you can like talk to people about the royals if you want, like ask like white Canadians about the royals and shiz. There's no, like, the jury is still out on Meghan Markle. Like, I'm sure there's some royalists who are like anti Meghan Markle, but as far as I know, like, in terms of cultural impact, the hate for Meghan Markle isn't such to a degree that when I look at the front lines of the tabloids in Canada, that they're like throwing her under a bus. That's far from the case. So I feel like she is blowing some things out of proportion here. I think Amber Heard was extremely critiqued because once people figured out that they'd been lied to, they got mad. And then they were ready to believe everything, even stuff that was probably maybe not true. So once again, I think she is absolutely right. Women will absolutely go after other women because that woman is mistreating. And this is another thing as well. Women go after women who are perceived to be mistreating a good man, or let's say a desirable partner. So if a woman perceives that another woman is treating a man poorly, she is capable of going nuclear. She is capable of going nuclear. Absolutely. I get that way about my brothers. If I hear that, like, a girlfriend is mistreating my brother, I get hot under the collar. Now, am I going to her, her socials and stirring up a fuss? No, because I'm not an idiot. But I could absolutely see women socially bullying other women who they perceive to be as mistreating a good or desirable partner. Absolutely.
Not a big proponent of evolutionary psychology theory. This is one of the areas where I actually do think it can provide some pretty interesting insight. According to Vaillancourt, women use indirect aggression as an intrasexual competition strategy when faced with an attractive rival. Indirect or relational aggression is when somebody is criticizing another person's appearance, spreading rumors about them, socially excluding them, getting other people to dislike them, divulging secrets about them, using derisive body language to make the other person feel self-conscious. So yeah, all the women commenting hateful things about female celebrities they've never met are participating in indirect aggression. This is in contrast with direct aggression, which is when you're directly confronting a person for something they've done to upset you, either through words or sometimes even physical violence. Men tend to commit the majority of direct aggression, whereas women have a slightly higher rate of indirect aggression. Indirect aggression is so effective because it allows people to maximize the amount of harm caused to the other person while keeping the personal danger.
I love it. This form of aggression maximizes the harm inflicted on the victim while minimizing personal danger involved. The risk to the perpetrator is lower because he or she often remains anonymous, thereby avoiding a counterattack. So, as we all know, people become warriors behind their keyboard. It's much more difficult, usually, to throw down with someone face to face. And therefore, we can see why both males and females would be more active online and more likely to get involved in online aggression. But in IRL, yeah, I would not doubt this. I would not doubt that women will use indirect aggression, and that this does have a long-term effect on their prey, on the people that they are, predating or whatever they're preying on. I have no doubt about this in my mind. And I think if a woman feels like a man is going to pay attention to this other girl, she will take that other girl out. But what I don't like is when in this conversation, number one, men tend to downplay sometimes their involvement in it by not taking responsibility for some of their actions. And then on the other hand, I don't like it how the women refuse to take responsibility for the fact that they are out of line and are behaving like absolute lunatics and evil people because of the situation. It's nice to say, oh, it's evolutionary, blah, blah, blah. But then that would be like saying, well, it's evolutionary for men to get physically violent with each other and kill each other for the women. We don't okay that. So we shouldn't be okaying this either, which is what she is also probably saying. She's probably saying we should put a lid on it.
Themselves at a minimum, because they can usually keep anonymous in these forms of aggression. They don't have to worry about actual physical harm coming to them, that the other person's going to fight them, for instance. And what do you know? Women typically commit indirect aggression against other women, particularly when they have mating motives, and particularly when those other women are attractive and single. Attractiveness increased the odds of being indirectly aggressed by 35% for adolescent girls, while decreasing the odds by 25% for boys. So when girls are more attractive, they're more likely to be a victim of indirect aggression, whereas when boys are more attractive, they're less likely to be a victim. Attractiveness goes a longer way for men. For example, we know from studies that women routinely discriminate against female candidates in the work hiring process, especially more attractive candidates. Attractive women's apologies are less accepted by other women. And the author puts it quite simply: being physically attractive places females at risk of being indirectly victimized by other females. Why is this? Why do women commit so much indirect aggression against attractive rivals? It appears that women have a proclivity for using indirect aggression in the context of something called intrasexual competition, when they're competing for mates. When you're trying to attract a mate, you can take part in one of two mating strategies. The first is called self-promotion, which is when you're basically making yourself seem like a more attractive candidate, such as putting work into how you look. The second strategy is the derogation of rivals, meaning making your competitors seem less attractive. So indirect aggression, spreading hate about a woman who makes you feel sexually threatened, is a great way to derogate your rivals. Typically, women tend to say terrible things about a woman that they think men most care about. For instance, they'll often target that woman's looks and her sexual promiscuity, because they think that's what's going to dissuade men from sleeping with her. Now you might be thinking, but hold on. The women participating in these hate trains, they don't actually have access to these male celebrities. These are not these female celebrities' rivals. And that's exactly the issue with parasocial relationships. The public builds imaginary relationships with these celebrities. We hate certain people and we love certain people who literally don't know that we exist. Those male celebrities, they're not our potential mates, and those female celebrities, they're not our rivals. But because of parasocial relationships, our minds can't distinguish between a real relationship and an imaginary one. So we begin.
Okay. She's not touching on the fact that women as a whole, in terms of desire, are more engaged in the like both male and females imagine having sex and doing things with fantasy partners. But a female is more likely to have an extensive, long-term infatuation with a single crush, as it were. I'm sure guys do too. But women don't admit it as readily as men do. For various cultural reasons, I think they've been sheltered and kind of been expected to do it. So they don't feel as ashamed about it, whereas men have been shamed for having long-term fantasies about a single celebrity or whatever. Women are shamed less for that. It's kind of like cute and normalized essentially nowadays. So I'm not doubting that women build parasocial relationships. Men do too. My only concern is, once again, she's boiling it down to that woman's pretty. This woman might not be pretty, so that's why she hates her. Okay, let's take an example that happened in our Discord recently. There was a female kind of writer, artist, creative, who came out and made accusations against this other guy. Now, I did not know the other guy. I was not a fan of the other guy. I did not care about the other guy. And I was not physically attracted to the other guy. So this guy that she was accusing, I had no interest in him. No academic respect or intellectual respect for him. I had no idea who he was or where he came from. I simply listened as far as I could, and then I had to stop because I couldn't take it anymore. But I had to sit and try to listen to part of her story. And I think we go back to what I just said before. I can be critical of a woman if I discern that something is wrong. I don't have to think about what she looks like or how pretty or not pretty she is or how desirable or not desirable she is. In fact, I consider myself to be essentially, I don't know where I am on the sexual spectrum, but I do not consider myself to be in the running, okay? I'm not in the running for getting a partner. Now, if I found somebody who could kind of somehow sneak into my life and make themselves at home and suddenly I kind of wake up and they're in my life, that's fantastic. But I am not one of those women who's stressed out because, you know, Henry Cavill has a kid. Okay, so so what I kind of dislike is how we're positioning all of these women. Some of these women may be mentally traumatized. They may be mentally unhealthy. They may be particularly vicious. They may be envious and hateful. They may be, maybe they have some kind of misogyny thing going on. I don't know. But to suggest that everyone who was getting on and talking about Amber Heard was somehow like doing it because they were trying to compete for Johnny Depp's attention, or like the women like Shay and Party and myself who listened to this woman's speech about Daniel Green and decided, nah, there's something hinky here. Sometimes women are critical of other women because the men sure as heck aren't going to be critical about women the right way. Now, men can be very critical of women, but more often than not, they're completely missing the mark, or they're being critical about the stupidest things ever, or the completely wrong things, right? And they don't even understand. Like, there's tons of men who don't even understand how easily, especially a beautiful woman, can lie to a man and lie to the world all the time. And you know what? Let's look at Dr. Anna here, okay? Dr. Anna, now I know some of you chat will be like, she's just so fine. She's a very pretty girl. She's speaking from a place of desirable entitlement. So honestly, if anyone is going to talk about woman on woman envy and what it feels like to have to compete, although once again, like I said, at a very early age, I was like, nah, I'm not even going to try. Maybe I should have tried harder. Maybe I should have believed in myself a bit more. But all I'm going to say is, like, for me personally, I just feel like trying to hand wave this away and say, oh, people are going after these women because they're beautiful or because they're potential mates or whatever. No. I think people are going after these beautiful women because it's the, what is it where like they gain enjoyment from seeing someone successful full. What is the name for it? It's like one of those German names. Or because they're mentally unhealthy, or because maybe they have some kind of misogyny going on. I don't know. But I just feel like to conflate all women's critiques into that and just say, well, it's because you want to bang Johnny Depp. So you know, I just, I kind of don't like how she is generalizing this. But once again, she said this is her opinion. So I appreciate that. I just feel like saying it's entirely about sexual competition feels a little weird to me. I think it's also about morality and tradition. I think it's about women feeling like women can be hoes because they know, because they themselves are a woman and they understand what it's like to be competitive and evil. So when they see a woman behaving poorly, they're more likely to call it out because also they probably feel like more equal in a sense. But once again, there could be some cultural stuff going on as well. But I think there are some women who are simply commenting because they just see something bad happening and they're like, yeah, that's bad. Schadenfreude? Yes, Ben. It could be Schadenfreude. Yeah, see? Wow. Ben coming in clutch there. Amazing. You all want Captain Jack Sparrow. See, and that's the crazy thing, Ben. If you had asked me who was your favorite character in terms of physical attraction, hello, Orlando Bloom, why would I be looking at Johnny Depp when there's literally Will Turner standing right beside him? Like, I wasn't defending Johnny Depp. Actually, I wasn't defending Johnny Depp because I think he was kind of screwed up too. But like, we weren't going after Amber Heard because she was beautiful or because she was a potential, rival for our parasocial relationship with Johnny Depp. Now, could that have happened, especially with younger women? Absolutely. But does that mean that every single woman online who's making a comment on Amber Heard is somehow trapped in some misogynist feedback loop? It's wild. Even when we know we're being manipulated, we still fall for it when we think with the lower head. What are we talking about, party? Okay, so there's this girl. She's a doctor. She's an actual PhD person in clinical psychology. She's talking about why women hate on other women. And she did a really nice intro where she very clearly stated this was her opinion, but she has some research. So she has been quoting studies. She has been showing articles. And she's been talking how women see other women as bitches. Where was her bitch lineup? I feel like was it over here? Yeah, oh wow. So this was her bitch lineup. Hazarding a shark jump. She might be trapped in a materialistic pattern where all behaviors derive from internal and external processes, discounting will and intent. Yeah, maybe. I agree, Wooly. Probably. Oh, wait, I get to watch a stream. Oh, hey, Duck. So she's suggesting that Amber Heard, Angelina Jolie, Meghan Markle, does anyone remember this chick? I forget them. Anyway, Blake Lively, all of these people are railed at for being bitches. And her argument is that women are going after women because of an evolutionary drive to take down the women who present themselves as rivals because they are beautiful. Yes, because they're beautiful and rich and successful and they have the man. So then she links them to all of their male partners. And she says, because the male partners are desirable, women are more likely to believe that the women are bad because they want the guy. And then, which she isn't completely wrong. Once again, like I said, I have no doubt there are women out there who are like completely whack and have lost the plot. Completely possible. She's so far low-key intimated this might be a form of misogyny, like internalized. She's kind of low-key, but so far she's focusing on how women use indirect aggression over direct aggression. And she has stated that this is largely due to primed mating motives. So when the female is beautiful and single, they're seen as more of a rival or more of a danger than if they weren't. So my suggestion was, well, first off, I agreed with Wooly that all humans show hate and envy to people who are doing better or who they perceive are doing better. Then I agreed with Ben, who very helpfully reminded me the word Schadenfreude or Freud. And then I said there are women who dislike other women for the wrong reasons, and there are women who dislike other women for the right reasons, not because they're traumatized, but because they have personal values by which they're able to discern other people's actions as right or wrong, healthy or unhealthy. And in the case of Amber Heard, she was initially believed. She was so believed, Johnny Depp started losing job opportunities. And it was only until little trickles of rumors started coming out that, oh, she's actually a complete nut job, that people were like, oh, wait a minute. And that's when more people were likely to believe the smear campaign against her, because that's like they were ready to believe the smearing parts of the news. Not that there was a lot, because I think the news tried to white knight for Amber Heard quite a bit. But the news that did go after Amber Heard was more likely to be believed because by the time people were done with a very public court case, they had already made up their mind. And they had already decided she was crazy. And so then I talked about that woman that we watched. Well, you watched most of her. You watched most of that lady. Do you remember that lady party that you watched who went after Daniel Green? And like none of us knew who Daniel Green was. He was not a desirable partner. He was, as far as we were concerned, not even a blip on the horizon. And we could tell right away that there was something hinky going on. And it wasn't us like freaking out because she's like paired to someone popular. Like we're not even physically attracted to Daniel Green. I'd barely seen the man before. So I think there's more to women critiquing women than just I do agree women can be crazy. It's just, that's not all women. And as a woman who struggles with accepting that she is a woman, this kind of blanket statements is actually triggering. Like it makes me not want to be part of this problem. It makes me not want to be a woman. There's a discernment from a biological awareness of how your own gender performs in situations. Yeah, I just feel like you can guess. You can be like, yeah, I get that as a woman, why that woman would be misbehaving. So we can see it because that's where we come from. Women tend to tear into each other and sabotage each other indirectly. Absolutely, Duck. And once again, like, don't get me wrong. Women hate other women for some of the craziest unfair reasons. I am very critical about how women behave, but I don't think all the time women are just thinking about their biology. Like, this is essentially, she is at the stage right now in this video with what we got right now. She's using biological essentialism to hand wave away misbehavior at this stage. We'll see if she like adds nuance to this and provides like counterbalances and things. Well, let's keep watching. But so far, what I'm hearing from her is so she's referring to evolutionary drives. So this is biological essentialism, essentially. She is what's the word in debate when you are pointing to something and you're not justifying, but she is let's say she is so far she is explaining behavior via material, physical drives in a more essentialist kind of way. It's amazing how biological essentialism is kind of okay when it suits people.
Mating motives, and particularly when those other women are attractive and single. Attractiveness increased the odds of being indirectly aggressed by 35% for adolescent girls, while decreasing the odds by 25% for boys. So when girls are more attractive, they're more likely to be a victim of indirect aggression, whereas when boys are more attractive, they're less likely to be a victim. Attractiveness goes a longer way for men. For example, we know from studies that women routinely discriminate against female candidates in the work hiring process, especially more attractive candidates. Attractive women's apologies are less accepted by other women. And the author puts it quite simply: being physically attractive places females at risk of being indirectly victimized by other females. Why is that?
And so I just wanted to pause here and say, when I was critical of that one lady in the Daniel Green episode, I wasn't critical of her because she was air quote beautiful or attractive, or because she was with some bro who I barely knew. I was critical because right away you could tell that she was phony AF. There doesn't have to be any kind of drive or attraction issue. You can just be like, that's hinky. There's something hinky going on there. But yeah, I wouldn't doubt that there are some women who absolutely go after a woman just because she's pretty. And Dr. Anna herself is pretty, so she's probably maybe experienced that herself.
Why do women commit so much indirect aggression against attractive rivals? It appears that women have a proclivity for using indirect aggression in the context of something called intrasexual competition, when they're competing for mates. When you're trying to attract a mate, you can take part in one of two mating strategies. The first is called self-promotion, which is when you're basically making yourself seem like a more attractive candidate, such as putting work into how you look. The second strategy is the derogation of rivals, meaning making your competitors seem less attractive. So indirect aggression, spreading hate about a woman who makes you feel sexually threatened, is a great way to derogate your rivals. Typically, women tend to say terrible things about a woman that they think men most care about. For instance, they'll often target that woman's looks and her sexual promiscuity, because they think that's what's going to dissuade men from sleeping with her. Now you might be thinking, but hold on, the women participating in these hate trains, they don't actually have access to these male celebrities. These are not these female celebrities' rivals. And that's exactly the issue with parasocial relationships. The public builds imaginary relationships with these celebrities. We hate certain people and we love certain people who literally don't know that we exist. Those male celebrities, they're not our potential mates, and those female celebrities, they're not our rivals. But because of parasocial relationships, our minds can't distinguish between a real relationship and an imaginary one, so we begin to see things that way. We see these male celebrities as potential mates, and we see these female celebrities as our sexual rivals. The author of the article I referenced argues that indirect aggression is an effective intrasexual competition strategy, and that's where I have to strongly disagree. Her first argument as to why it's effective is that adolescent girls who perpetrate indirect aggression tend to date at earlier ages than their victims. And to me, this is not proof that being aggressive towards your competition is an effective strategy. It's just proof of projection, right? If you are primarily spreading rumors about other girls being promiscuous and yet you are objectively more promiscuous than them, then you are just projecting. It's not because you're doing something that natural selection has favored. Her second argument is that victims of indirect aggression have a whole host of adverse consequences as a result of being victimized, which is true, but again, I don't think that means indirect aggression is an effective intrasexual competition strategy, because I can honestly say I've never in my life watched a woman effectively dissuade a man from sleeping with another woman by being indirectly aggressive towards that woman. Sure, spreading rumors about that rival's promiscuity or ruining her reputation might make that man less likely to form a relationship with her, but if he finds her attractive, he's still gonna sleep with her. The only things that indirect...
Well, there's a whole can of worms in that one, but all I will say is that maybe the reason why there's an appearance of success for people who engage in indirect aggression is actually more linked to the personality of the people involved. So let's say you were a stronger girl and you're more ready to go to bat with the other girls. Maybe there's a correlation between a girl being ready to go to bat against other girls and a girl who's ready to put herself out in a place, whereas more shy girls who are not even shy, but more biologically traditional girls are more waiting for the male to approach. The woman that is more likely to really go hard on her female competition. Remember, all females will, to a certain degree, engage in some form of competitive behavior. And I think the most indirect of aggressions happens with these more biologically traditional women who are more quiet and pro-social. But if you have someone who is really strong with the indirect and really leans into that, maybe there's a correlation between her temperament as being more forthgoing, more outgoing. And that could maybe result in them getting more, so to speak. Maybe there's a correlation. Does she not remind you of T-Rex? Yeah, a little bit. It's the hair.
Aggression actually accomplishes are to hurt your rival and to make yourself look insecure and lacking. You're going after another woman's reputation because you feel like you can't possibly match her in other ways. You're attempting the derogation of rival strategy because the self-promotion strategy just isn't enough to get on the same level as her. And the research also supports that. Studies show that there's a link between body dissatisfaction and intrasexual competition in young women. For example, one study showed different groups of women one of these two photos, one of a cute Confederate dressed frumpy, and one of the same woman dressed more provocatively. And of course, the women who saw that same woman dressed more provocatively perceived her as bitchy. But even more interestingly, the women exposed to the provocative photo reported higher amounts of dissatisfaction with their own bodies, especially when an attractive man was present with them. Another study from 2017 found a positive relationship between intrasexual competition for mates and appearance-related comparisons on Instagram, meaning those who compare their bodies more with other women tend to be more competitive with other women for mates. So in other words, when insecure women are faced with an attractive rival, they instantly go through this mental process of comparison, and they feel bad about themselves, which makes them act out in aggressive ways. So going back to the issue of those celebrities I mentioned, the easiest way for a PR team to make women hate a female celebrity is to highlight that celebrity's proximity to an attractive male. Once you do that, insecure women will be foaming at the mouth to hate her. So if you start pushing articles that this woman is a bitch, that she was so unfair to this attractive man, the audience will just take it from there. They'll gobble that shit right up because they want any excuse to tear down a woman who they think has access to a man that they would want instead. For example, just take a look at this one headline: Angelina Jolie using the kids for publicity, Brad Pitt insider says. Now, if you're not aware, Angelina Jolie divorced Brad Pitt shortly after an airplane incident in which she accused him of abusing herself and the children, an incident which was investigated by the FBI and corroborated by her children. And this particular headline plays on the misogynistic stereotype that women are attention seekers who unfairly accuse men and weaponize their children for that purpose. And would you look at that? The author of this article is the sister of Melissa Nathan, Brad Pitt's PR agent. Small world, huh? We can hear the way the despised woman is juxtaposed with the beloved man, not only in these headlines, but also in the way the women themselves discuss these celebrities. Just listen to the way Kirsty Flaw, the celebrity interviewer who participated in Blake Lively's cancellation, juxtaposed her dislike for Blake Lively with her positive feelings towards Blake Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds.
So I have no sympathy towards any of these people that are involved. I don't know anything about them. I just know my personal experiences with Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, who I've met several times, and I actually really like him. I think, the way he's been behaving towards me, he's been a nice guy.
And you also hear the same juxtaposition when she talks about how she loves Johnny Depp, contrasted with the way that she hates Amber Heard.
Also, the fact that I posted a video about Johnny Depp when he was in the middle of his legal battle with Amber Heard. The reason I posted the video with Johnny Depp was not because I was paid by the same PR company. It was because I like Johnny Depp. I have great experiences with him. I thought Amber Heard was lying in court, and I posted it to have sympathy with him and the fans that love him, and that was the only reason. As I said, so many.
I mean, okay, so some women can be really, really insecure about their looks. And even when they're like pretty good looking, they can be extremely insecure about their looks. And they can go after other women unfairly because they are like you know that there are some people who can be like really good looking and they can feel insecure about their looks. Women can feel insecure about their looks. And I don't doubt that some women who are insecure about how they look or how they feel about their body, whether or not it's actually justified, they can go after other women. Absolutely. But you're showing me here a fairly good-looking lady, and you're conflating her with women who are insecure about their looks. Like, are we projecting onto this woman? Like, I don't know this woman. I don't know this woman. I don't know who she is. I never saw her stuff. So I don't want to white knight for this lady. She could be absolutely wrong. But how are we projecting? I guess it's because she's saying she likes the guys in this situation. Maybe her audience is women who want to hear good things about Ryan Reynolds and Johnny Depp, and her audience just want to hear bad things about Amber Heard and Blake Lively. Like, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure this other girl that I watch who's thicker but also really pretty has also gone after Blake Lively. And like, I know that some women can go after a woman just because she's pretty, but to say that like, how could you make a judgment on a woman and say that her motivations aren't we supposed to believe a woman? If I search for Blake Lively rude to interviewer, the results look like her. Okay, I can't believe I'm going down this.
First of all, congrats on your little bump.
Congrats on your little bump.
What about my bump?
You've got two nice ones.
And they are kind of bumps, aren't they?
No, not bumps. The lovely lady lumps. Check it out.
Thank you.
Are
You
you
like the
saying-
movie? Are you a Woody Allen fan?
I love.
Was the bump thing? Was the bump that can't be? If that is the rudeness, I don't see that as rude. Was that rude, chat? Blake was pregnant. The interviewer was not. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm too autistic for this, guys. I'm too autistic for this. Okay, so honestly, if I was in that interview spot, I'd be like, haha, Blake is a dumb white girl. Keep moving on. But is Blake low-key trying to say that she's fat? Is that what we're... I can't even read into Blake Lively's comment negativity because I don't know. Is that what we're saying? I mean, you don't call people pregnant because it gets conflated with being seen as fat. Okay, so down here it says, please do not believe the rumor that people are spreading saying I was told not to bring up Blake's pregnancy during this interview. That is not true. I was never told such a thing by anyone. That being said, I would love to get the source of this information so I can get the FYI. If I was ever asked not to mention something during an interview, why on earth would I do that first thing? So they could confiscate my interview afterwards? Yes, they would do that. Blake was very public about her pregnancy at this point and already talked about it on several talk shows. Okay, so then, interestingly enough, please watch my videos in response to me being dragged into the smear campaign. So very fascinating. So one woman is smeared, Blake Lively, and this other woman is now smeared. So which woman are we going to go with? Are we going to go with Kirsty Flaw? Are we going to go with who are we supposed to be championing here, guys? Right? If I smear Kirsty Flaw, am I not now smearing her because I am seeing her as a competitor? No. I'm going to be honest. If this is the rude comment part here, let's watch it again.
First of all, congrats on your little bump.
Congrats on your little bump.
What about my bump?
Wow. And these are 3 attractive women. Okay, like what does chat think? Like Kirsty Flaw, her face is not like conventionally pretty per se, but like she's not a bad looking woman. Her boobs are a little smaller, but like for some bros, she might be very attractive. Okay. So this was the rude moment. Where she was basically told that she had a bump. And you could read into it that Blake Lively was being catty. This video is peak women hating women. I would not even guess it. I would not even guess. Chat now knows how bad I am. This is why I was bullied for years, and it took me ages to understand that I was getting bullied. It took me forever to understand that I was getting bullied. Like, I didn't know that I was bullied until 10 to 15 years later. I was talking about a certain story with one of my friends, and she was like, that's not right. And in my head, I had justified it. I had thought, oh, that girl, she was just different. Like, maybe she misunderstood me. And then I realized that throughout a large portion of my life, I was bullied. I was the victim of indirect aggression a lot. And I didn't understand it because I think I'm socially damaged. Now, am I autistic? I don't know. I don't know what my problem is, but I couldn't even tell with this interview that was a slight. But I guess that is. Bullied while homeschooled. Yeah. Let's just say this. Girls at church are cruel. If anyone wants to talk about indirect female aggression on a female, and by the way, I wasn't even pretty. I wasn't even a pretty girl. I looked like I walked out of a cult. The girls didn't bully me because I was a competitor. They bullied me because they could. Yeah, except Wednesday Addams looks kind of cute and cool. I looked freaky. I looked like the girl, like The Ring, but with like ugly glasses. Oh man, can I even find an example of the glasses that I wore? Let's see if I can find the glasses that I wore. What were they like? Where's my paint? Okay, here's my paint. I'll try to draw what my glasses look like so then chat can see what I'm talking about here. So my parents, they weren't very rich, to say the least. We were extremely, extremely poor. So they got me some cheap glasses. And the glasses that I wore were kind of like a purple, like a pinkish, a fleshy pink. And the arms looped down like this and then up. They were like old lady glasses. Yeah. And then I wore old lady clothing because my parents couldn't afford to buy me clothing that was like, you know, within that season. So I was wearing clothing that literally old ladies would wear. Literally, actually. I was a very tall girl. So the Ring Girl and Wednesday both have their followings. We were all fugly. You were cute. Be quiet, party. You were adorable. You were a little sakura blossom. Could be rude for a narcissist like Blakely. Yeah. I wouldn't even know. Blake and Parker are friends and they basically shit out the interviewer for chunks of it. Gross. No, I was fugly. You're just biased. Chat, if I could show you little pictures of Party, let me assure you, she was the most adorable little cute little muffin. Go with neither, says Wooly. Ban all woman from media. Okay, so this is peak. I'm sorry, Dr. Anna. I'm sorry. You picking this and trying to position this as a woman who is smearing another woman because of her indirect relationship to a desirable man is wild, considering that this woman herself may have been also a victim of indirect aggression in public during an interview.
Times they're on my channel. I don't know anything about these people in their personal life.
Now, regardless what you think about Amber Heard or the trial as a whole, I want you to remember that Johnny Depp, the mild-mannered, docile man that women love to swoon over, is the same man who wrote this about Amber Heard, and this is court documented. Let's drown her before we burn her. He wrote this to actor Paul Bettany in June 2013. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she's dead. He also joked around with his good buddy Marilyn Manson, who's been accused of grooming and sexual abuse, that Manson's accuser was acting like an Amber 2.0. And before any of you come at me with the whole "this is reactive abuse" bullshit, this is not what reactive abuse looks like. Reactive abuse means screaming when you're gaslighted for the 500th time. It means shoving someone out of the way who is blocking your exit. It means snapping at someone in a moment of anger after they have criticized you every single day of their life. It does not include fantasies of unaliving and essaying people. And if you think this is just buddies blowing off steam, you seriously need to be on some sort of list. I'm not even kidding. Regardless of what happened between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard behind closed.
Okay. Okay. So first off, let's all take a step back here and first say that in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff, we have all figured out that Johnny Depp was effed up and needed severe help. When you're on drugs and drinking and making very poor life choices, I definitely think you need help. And I definitely think writing stuff like that to your friends is probably what I would call a scream for intervention. A scream for intervention to a certain degree. However, she just admitted that men, at the beginning, if anyone recalls the early studies, men are more likely to take a direct aggressive approach. And so if a man is angry, is he not going to say stuff that might be a bit more extreme? And I'm sorry, it is possible for some people to get really, really angry to such a degree that, like, they will say things that they deeply regret. I knew somebody who would say things that was very close. Not as violent and vulgar, but very close. It's just part of me is like Johnny Depp had issues, and I don't like people putting Johnny Depp on a pedestal and pretending that he wasn't part of the problem, because he was part of the problem. But to suggest that we should somehow hand wave away what Amber Heard did just because Johnny Depp did something is peak whataboutism. It's peak whataboutism. We can say that Johnny Depp was messed up and needed help and needed people to get in there and stop him from becoming a worse person, a worse version of himself. And we can also say that Amber Heard needed intervention and needed people in her life to step in and stop her from being the worst version of herself. The trial was not about proving whether either of them were terrible people, per se. It was proving that she was making unsubstantiated claims about him that could not be proven in the court of law, and that was proven correct. She had crossed the line. Now, whether he said something and that was bad, yes. But honestly, if we're all going to like get off our little high horses, I'm sure she said her fair share of bullshit too, or did her fair share of bullshit. So this whataboutism of like, oh, well, you know, she's fine because what he did, that's a no for me. That's a no. We could say they're both messed up. They both need help. They both need to get some therapy. Yeah. Now, I do dislike how some women will hand wave away what some guys do because it's a guy that they like. I do dislike that. But to engage in whataboutism to justify one person's behavior or the way one person was represented is not, yeah. Or sometimes people are in a very dark place and the psychological counterbalance is to make dark jokes. I would be interested in researching the therapeutic benefits of talking out stuff instead of bottling it up and then going on an actual rage spree. I would like to see some studies on that to see if verbally venting is more helpful than penting it up and then ending up going and doing something very unfortunate. But I don't doubt that both of them are messed up. I just don't like whataboutism. This is whataboutism.
Doors which none of us will ever know for sure. These are not the words of a person I want to support. So when I hear women demonizing these female celebrities and idealizing the male ones, it honestly just makes me feel secondhand embarrassment for them. Like, did you get picked yet? Did he pick?
I feel secondhand embarrassment for you, my dear girl. I feel secondhand embarrassment from being a human. But guess what? I'm alive. I'm breathing, I'm eating, I'm sleeping, and I'm shitting. So this is the way it is. And we have to cope with people going online and engaging in whataboutism. And pick me energy, yeah. I mean, it's gross. But you know what else is gross? Generalization. Having lack of nuance. Being in a position where you can actually talk about things and then engaging in poor communication about your ideas. She looks like a loon. No, I think she looks normal. She looks really pretty. She has really nice makeup. Her earrings are tasteful. She has really pretty hair. Yeah, negative behavior shouldn't be waved away because the other party deserved it through their own negative behavior. Yeah, I don't want to minimize what Amber Heard went through, but I don't want to minimize what Johnny Depp went through. And that is the problem. Her makeup is really thick. I mean, it's possible that she does not have that flawless skin naturally. But by talking about her looks and reducing her to her looks is exactly the problem that she's talking about. I'm not interested in how pretty or not pretty she looks. I'm more interested in her ideas. But I will say it is very interesting that she's defending bitchy, pretty women. Right? And she herself is not so bad looking with some shine. Like, she actually put makeup on. If I ever do a live stream where I show my face, I can assure you, chat, you're going to see the hairs on my chin and you're going to see the flush on my face, and you're absolutely going to see all of any specks that I might have. I actually don't get acne much these days anymore, which is really nice. But I do not wear makeup. That's a no for me. You're very different from 99% of society, though. Yeah. If Party was in a hot tub stream with me, Party, would you make yourself up if you went in a hot tub stream with me? Let's find out. Herman is doing indirect aggression right now. He's a pick-me boy. Yep. Herman, you don't know what's going on here. It's unbelievable. Okay, Party says no. She believes that her beautiful face is all that chat deserves. I just don't like how makeup feels. For real. I don't understand. I'm dead. Anyway, I just feel she's engaging in whataboutism about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. That's unfortunate. Once again, I have no doubt that women go after other women for the wrong reasons. And that some women went after Amber Heard because they like Johnny Depp. Because there are those crazy bichachos. They exist out there. But like, holy moly, that doesn't mean that every woman that was, or like that one female interviewer was like out of line. That one female interviewer herself survived indirect aggression during an interview. Why don't you talk about that? Why don't we talk about the layering of indirect aggression on indirect aggression? Chico, are you drunk? No, I don't drink. I mean, like, I will drink once in a while, but I'm not drunk. Why are you asking me if I'm drunk? Do I sound drunk, chat? The only thing I'm drunk on is water and coffee. I only drink like once a year. I've actually never been drunk in my life. Never. Never, ever. I've been slightly buzzed, but I've never gotten drunk. And I've never taken weed, and I've never done drugs. And I've never done some other things as well. I'm actually bizarrely straight arrow, but not by happenstance. Abusive people find and build relationships with other abusive people. I agree, Royal. Her argument on mate guarding is interesting, but it's more likely stan culture is the cause of this F on F criticism or M on M criticism, right, Royal? Like, I honestly think the parasocial argument is believable. I think women are also just, they know what other women get up to, and they can be extremely critical because of the males involved, for sure. I just don't think all women do this. Not all women. Weirdly enough, this video borderline is saying women are too emotional. It kind of is. Wasn't Amber Heard the one who was using her dog stepping on a bee as an excuse for something? Maybe. Your filters are falling? Maybe. Yeah, I could be tired, Wooly, and not know it. Maybe I am tired, chat. I might be tired because I only had like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. I think I only have 5 hours of sleep because I was programming. I was studying some coding. I was hacking at inventory programming again. I really want to make a video game, and I need to figure out how to make an inventory with scriptable objects. And I was up until like 3. When did I wake up? Maybe I had 5 hours of sleep. So that's not enough for me. I need about 9. I've had more than my fair share of face first into the snow bushes type of drunk in my youth. Yeah, Herman, I'm very straight living. I'm very clean living. I do have a couple of tattoos, but that's it. But I'm very clean living woman. So I think I'm just fatigued. Sorry, chat. Should we put like a little warning on the screen and says Chieko is losing her filter? What did I lose my filter over? What did I say? Anyway, let's keep going.
Pick you, girl? Do you finally feel more beautiful than Amber Heard now? Because all I hear when I see this type of behavior is, I'm insecure. I see myself as less than the women I'm committing indirect aggression towards.
Or, hear me out, or I think I'm actually loads more intelligent than they are. And I can actually see where they're lying to themselves and other people. And I'm calling out their bad behavior because I think supporting that bad behavior constantly just because they're beautiful is gross and unfair. Because I assure you, if those women were beautiful, they wouldn't have gotten to where they were and been the bad behaviored women that they were if they were behaving that way and they were ugly. They got there based off of their beauty, which we can talk about. We could talk about that. We could talk about how, bad attitude, beautiful women get really far in society. We can absolutely watch a video with Aiden Paladin talking about female beauty and what that role that can play. But let's not get it twisted here, okay? Some of us, we can be critical of other women just because we are standing on the sidelines and we're going, something's not right here. Something's not right. Yeah, of course you do, Leo.
I'm looking at myself and I'm looking at that woman and I'm not so sure that I match up. You know what I think is going to be a good strategy to get the man I want? To tear down this woman. And like I said, I actually don't think that this is an effective strategy. No man has ever chosen a woman because she was relationally aggressive towards another woman.
I don't doubt that. I actually don't think a guy is going to pick you because you're tearing down another woman, honestly. I'm going to be honest. I do think bros don't really care about that stuff. Which is why when a female does engage in that, I feel ashamed as a woman. I'm like, oh my gosh, what are you doing, girl? But on the other hand, I know that guys do that to other guys as well. Like as soon as the other sex gets involved somewhere, like things get a little weird. People lose their shit. They stop thinking properly. As soon as like sex is somewhere on the table, people like, woo, they lose it. But on the other hand, I sometimes wonder if people like Dr. Anna here are, I would like to see whether some people are being critical of women also because they're just traditionalists, for example, or because they come from certain cultural backgrounds, or because they, like she mentioned before, they might be suffering from some kind of relational trauma where they see these women behaving in ways that are really kind of like triggering their own fears, for example. And then finally, I don't know about other females in this chat. I don't know how many of us there are in here. But when I see a woman mistreating a man, I start asking questions, and if it becomes apparently clear that there's a genuine male on female abuse situation going on, I want to step in just as well, like by step in. I mean, I want to weigh in just as much as I would want to weigh in on a male to female situation, like the Neil Gaiman thing. Should we cancel Neil Gaiman? I don't think yet. We need to wait for the law to weigh in. And once the law determines what happened as far as it can do, then we can start saying shame on you or not. So that's where I think we need to all stop looking at people on social media. We should mind our own business. And women need to do that. Women need to stop looking at other women and stop interfering. And by the way, this isn't just celebrity behavior. She's targeting the celebrity behavior. Women on women hate and envy happens IRL. Like simple things like low-key criticizing how another woman is parenting. Low-key criticizing how another woman is organizing her house. Low-key criticizing how they cook. Mother-in-law versus daughter-in-law. That's an old trope. That has nothing whatsoever to do with sexual, competition. Although you could probably argue for some sort of creepy Oedipal kind of thing going on. But generally speaking, women on women hate and envy can happen for many, many different reasons. And some of it has nothing whatsoever to do with beauty or sexual drive. Some of it is just women calling out other women that they perceive to be not doing the thing that they think should be done. So, guys expect females to tear down other women. Also, if you're a woman who creates drama out of nowhere, nobody's going to like you. It's just annoying. Agreed, Leo. The social hierarchy of women. I'm better than you, so you should be doing this like this. Kind of. Or like I'm older than you, or I'm wiser than you, or I'm more beautiful than you. It's similar with men. Yeah, I think this is a human issue. Wooly already said that. Wooly already tackled this. Wooly was like, it's a human issue. It's a human vice. I just don't like how she's contextualizing it within this one theory that she found. Surely there must be other reasons why women go after other women. It can't just be about the sex drive, like the intrasexual competition. There has to be more going on. It could be personality. It could be values. It could be someone like me who's just got a personal idea about what is logical or what is fair and doesn't like how a certain woman is behaving, and so we'll go after them. But to be honest, I go after guys as well. So I go after humans. Black pill. Okay, let's go.
Brad Pitt isn't suddenly going to walk through your door and sweep you off your feet just because you agreed with his PR team's spin that Angelina Jolie was unfairly accusing him. Johnny Depp isn't going to slide in your DM just because you posted #Justice for Johnny Depp. Harry Styles isn't going to date you just because you wrote something hateful about Olivia Wilde online. Justin Bieber isn't going to divorce Hailey Bieber and marry you instead just because you commented something mean about her. But that's the thing, men like Johnny Depp and Brad Pitt don't have to actually lift a finger for these women to come to their defense. Like Kirsty Flaw herself admitted when she said she didn't receive any payment from Justin Baldoni's PR team. There are women out there who will do this work for free. I wish that this video could be...
Johnny Depp didn't have to lift a finger? Who started the defamation? Let's look at this. Who started the court trial between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp? I thought Johnny Depp did it. Yeah, he sued his wife. What are you talking about? Johnny Depp absolutely lifted a finger. I bet it cost him a bit, though. Like, did he have to lift a finger to, like, tell women online to, like, white knight for him? No. But he certainly, how can I say this? If we look at the timeline of events for Amber Heard, once again, Amber Heard was for the most part believed for quite a little while. And Johnny Depp's career took a hit. It wasn't until he went to court and started fighting for himself that he managed to turn around the public opinion. And I think the reason why there was such backlash against Amber Heard is because there's one thing the general public don't like, and that is being made a fool of. And they felt like they were conned. Especially women. Now, you can come and say, well, Johnny Depp was on drugs and he was drunk and he was writing horrible texts to his friends about what he was going to do to her, theoretically, in Minecraft. You could say all of that. But when everything came out in the court of law, before everybody, people began to realize that while Johnny Depp was messed up, Amber Heard was also messed up. And in my opinion, Johnny Depp did have to lift a finger in order to turn public opinion to himself. Public opinion wasn't on his side all of the time. I just don't get it. But maybe I was out of touch with the media and I missed the Love Johnny train, on social media, because I honestly don't run in those tabloids kind of circles. I don't do the actor drama thing all that much. Tell that to all the men who gaslight women. But we're more physical about it? Yeah, generally, Duck, generally. It's the patriarchy, isn't it, Sadebro? There's little room for non-sexual issues in the mind of a materialist. That is kind of true, Willie. I actually agree with that. Yeah. We got to think about that. I really like that. I got to think about that one. Because if what you own and how you experience desire and pleasure is all that matters, that becomes a major player, doesn't it? Yeah. He spent $5 million on the trial and a bunch more after. I'm telling you, Johnny Depp had to lift more than a finger to get people to come around. Now, I think more people were ready to hear the positive because deep down everybody hoped that it wasn't true, that he was some crazy person. And it turned out he was crazy, but not as crazy as she made him out to be. Could you also say when women do things like what Heard does, it dilutes some of the soft power women have in regards to the ability to make believable accusations? Absolutely. This is one of the reasons why I think we actually should heavily fine or punish women who fake rape. If women falsely accuse men of grape, I think it heavily impacts the next woman. It's like the boy that cried wolf, but for a whole gender. Right? Yeah. Same goes for sexual morality. If some women make it too easy to get, there's less incentive for men to go out to try to get women's attention. I think women who are promiscuous are lying to themselves and are lying to men about how women actually feel about promiscuity. And it does damage other women's abilities to find a man, but ultimately I do think it's also on women to kind of corral and raise the women around them. Like we should encourage each other to be better is what I'm saying, men and women. But I do think it becomes hard to believe a woman's story if in the back of your mind you're thinking about all of the other women who lied. That's a tough one. That's why we have to hold off on our judgments and wait for the court of law to weigh in. It is very possible that Neil Gaiman did something illegal and morally wrong. Absolutely. Possible, but we don't know. And because we don't know, I don't want to get on a bandwagon and cancel anyone until we know for sure. And the problem is that if certain women hang around this person constantly, even after the so-called attacks for money and favors and gifts, it muddies the water and makes it very difficult to tell when something abusive happened and when something didn't, because they didn't go straight to the police or they didn't go with physical evidence. Do you hate more women or men? I hate everyone. I'm not actually, okay, I shouldn't say it so bluntly. I'm constantly disappointed by men and women. I'm constantly disappointed. When I was a teen, I suffered from misanthropy to such a degree. My mom made me volunteer at a kids' breakfast club to make toast for poor children. And I did other volunteer work. I got lice like 3 times that year. There was this effort. There was a concerted effort on my parents to help me make friends and engage with the world more. And part of it is I was burnt out. I come from a large family. Okay. So I have 6 brothers, 3 sisters. I love my family very much. But because I came from a large family, I had the world in my house. And then there was the world outside my house. And I couldn't control any of it. And I think the fact that I moved around all the time, the fear of what the government would do to us if they found out that we were homeschooled, like all of it kind of coalesced into this distrust about the world in general. And then I started reading about wars in history and what people did to people. And I saw a black and white photograph of what Pol Pot's army did to women in Vietnam, which will stay with me forever. And then I made the mistake of accidentally looking at the remains of a baby that had been aborted a very specific way in the late 90s. Anyway, I made some mistakes in my life of looking at certain photos and material that made me realize the human race is cruel and disgusting. And I just kind of was like, I don't want to be here anymore. But I've never been suicidal. Like, I've never wanted to commit suicide. I just think that humans will disappoint you. And so you have to be gracious to the people who are close to you. You have to understand they are going through their problems. You're going through your problems. Everyone's going to be messed up. People are going to say things that they will regret. People are going to say things that they won't regret. And you have to embrace that unfortunate part about humanity, to hide your head in the sand and try to hand wave away all of this behavior with biological essentialism or like some sort of like, justification. Sometimes people are just bad. Sometimes people are just bad. We need consequences for women doing negative social behavior. I agree. Especially towards men, because the man gets all the punishment, even if it's been proven the man didn't do shit. Yeah. There was a situation. Let's see if I can bring it up. I'll try to bring it. I'm going to look over here. BC teacher suing over unimaginable hardship after false accusations of grape and tortilla. A Vancouver Island teacher falsely accused of sexual I'm not sure what YouTube. Well, you know what? Screw it. Assault and torture is seeking compensation for more than 2 years of unimaginable hardship. A Vancouver Island teacher was falsely accused, once again, of this bad thing by a grade 9 student. Accusations that were later shown to be ripped off from TV episodes of Law and Order Special Victims Unit. He is seeking compensation for more than 2 years of unimaginable hardship. The student said that he raped her sadistically, beat her, waterboarded, and buried her alive. And they were like, The claims were eventually revealed as fiction, with almost every act the girl described featuring in an episode of the police drama, SVU. She was a big fan of the show and admitted to watching each episode at least 3 times. Do you know what happened when these claims came out? He lost his job within the day. In a decision dated July 10th, 2014, labor arbitrator, blah, 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 found in favor of the BC Teachers Federation, which represented the teacher when he filed a grievance to get his job back, saying it was clear to everyone the student could not be believed. The teacher was to be made whole as soon as possible. He lost a lot. This man is suing the investigator hired by the school board to report on the student's claims, saying the investigator was negligent in her work. So they hired this female investigator to investigate whether this actually happened. They believed it. The student falsely told a school counselor, etc., etc. He was arrested. He was suspended with pay. And then he was eventually released because, the investigator, Marley Rusin, was the one who initially looked into the allegations. Her report was damning. According to the civil claim, she repeated false accusations. She recommended the school ensure Barber, the guy, had no involvement with students and urged to share her findings with the police. He was fired in 2013. He suffered embarrassment and humiliation as well as injury to his professional character and reputation. McGill University education professor John Bradley said the case is the first he's seen where a teacher is seeking damages for a student's false accusation. As a society, we have a history of not believing kids, but I think this shows that maybe we've swung back a little too far the other way. It's long overdue. Too often teachers are thrown under the bus. So what's this grade 9 student going to do? Her words were maliciously published, knowing they were false or with careless disregard as to whether they were true or not. So once again, very serious claim. And if this was true, right, if this was actually happening to a student, someone like that should be locked away for sure, for sure. But this is why I'm saying is it muddies the water. Stuff like that muddies the water. Because then you're like, what if? Of course, I support the police getting involved right away. And that's why if a woman were ever to come to me and say, I'm struggling with a physical relationship where the guy is, et cetera, I would say, Say no. If he presses and forces you, get thee to a hospital right away. You know, call the police right away. Get help right away. I know historically some women feel like nothing might come of it, but at least you can live with yourself and you can say you tried. Even though it's a nice idea to punish women who do these things, I think that would give too much power to male predators. So we would have to deal with both, and women would be the biggest losers. How would that be a loss to male predators? Oh, I guess what you're saying is male predators would just say, oh, she's lying. But that's what male predators say anyway, Leo. You don't think male predators are like, oh, the police are here at my door. Yeah, I'll come out and admit it. What? You would do an investigation. A lady comes up. This guy raped me. Okay, let's do an investigation. What clues do we have? What interviews can we do? What stuff can we scrape? What biological data can we form? What forensics can we, engage in? It's called an investigation. And if in the course of the investigation it's revealed that this person fabricated it 110%, then yes, they should be fined for it. At the very least, because it is a serious issue. And if in the course of the investigation they find out that this person's an actual creeper and has a history of going after people, or, as a kid, he did some crazy stuff to small animals, I don't know, then clearly in the course of investigation, it would come out. But male predators will lie anyway. So that argumentation is not working for me. You just need to seek the truth in each situation, regardless of the gender or age. I agree. Uh, 10 years ago, a male coworker was studying to be a teacher. He was bitching how he wasn't allowed to interact with the student in a comfortable way, like a hug, because it would be seen as sexual. It had to basically T-pose to show he's not interacting with this, and encouraged it. Yeah. And even now, females are also like side hugs is the thing. Still in Jamaica. Ooh. The wedding concluded. I officially have a sister-in-law now. I'll send more pics. Oh, please do. I was wondering. I was like, why is Epic in Jamaica? But okay, this is all now becoming clear. I'm so glad for you, Epic. I hope you're having a fun time over there. All right, we're almost done this.
More constructive and compassionate towards the women committing indirect aggression like this.
Wait a minute. Sorry. Can we go back again?
There are women out there who will do this work for free. I wish that this video could be more constructive and compassionate towards the women committing indirect aggression like this. But honestly, it's gotten to a point where I'm just extremely angry that this pattern keeps happening over.
First of all, congrats on your little bump.
Congrats on your little bump.
What about my bump?
Which women? Which women? I'm drunk as hell. Have fun, Epic. Have fun. Which women? I wish I could be more compassionate about women taking part in indirect aggression. But what if, my dear girl, lady, what if the women are also participating in indirect aggression? What about that? What are we going to do about that? Who are we going to get mad at here? Only 22% of crimes get resolved. You're saying there would be an investigation, as if the system is good at solving anything. Leo, it's a concept of principles of the person. Okay? This is whataboutism all over again. This is hand-waving away bad behavior because of other bad behavior. This is saying, well, these people are not going to take responsibility or not going to step up or not going to advocate for themselves because it's not going to work. That's weak sauce. That's weak sauce to me. Maybe nothing happens to your case, but at least you walked up and you tried. At least you tried. The point isn't necessarily the end result. The point is that you went and you tried to get advocacy for yourself. Sitting around and then maybe years later on trying to blackmail or socially damage that person because of something that happened, real or perceived, is not great. That is not the answer. That is not the answer. Now, sometimes, in some cases, guys, let's say we're talking about a guy, gets away with a lot of grape. And think about it this way. This guy gets away with a lot of grape. He's caught finally caught. He's in jail. And they put out a press release. So-and-so's in jail for grape. And a whole bunch of women line up around the block to say, yeah, I was raped by him. They may be 110% correct. But imagine if they had only done it earlier. If they had only done it earlier. Because, number one, if the system worked, then it would stop that individual from doing further harm. And if the system didn't work, then we can at least blame someone else. And you are not taking part of that blame. Because as soon as you do not call out bad behavior, you are now part of that problem. You allowed it to continue, as far as I'm concerned. But if you do your part and you go in and you do your piece, maybe they will listen and you will save a whole bunch of people a lot of pain. But maybe nobody will listen. But at least later on you can say down the road, I told you so. I'd already warned you all. That's better than saying, oh yeah, I knew, but I didn't say anything. And I just let it happen again. It's called self-respect. People would refuse to bring their trial to court due to the risk of being sued for repercussions. That is a serious thing. But once again, I'm talking about at the very least, logging in with the police. Maybe nothing goes to court. Maybe nothing gets done. I just don't think it's a good idea to create more complex judicial bureaucracies for predators to have another way out or an easier way out. I don't see it as being easier or another way. This is nothing whatsoever to do with predators. This is everything to do with, in the course of duty, you have a grade 9 student who destroys a person's life, or at least partially destroys it for a time being. Let's not get too dramatic here. seriously causes financial harm to a person for a few years, they should pay for it on some level. This is a no-brainer. Like, I really don't see how this is any problem. Now, worst case scenario for, let's say, having a fine for, let's say, false rape accusations, there's a fine. Let's say there's a false positive where a woman goes to the police and says, I was raped. And she was actually raped. And let's say the man is socially canceled. His life is destroyed or even partially destroyed. And he takes her to court and gets her fined for a false accusation of rape when in fact it's a true accusation of rape. That could probably happen. That could let's say that's the worst case scenario. But the fines that I'm talking about would not be so, how can I say this? It's not like millions of dollars. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking, and it's maybe not quite a slap on the wrist. It would vary, I would assume, from state to state or country to country or province to province. It would not be a fine that would be something where you're living in indentured servitude the rest of your life because you lied about rape. But it would be enough for it to sting. In an ideal world, they would assess the individual and their finances and they would make appropriate recompense. For the grade 9 student, I would say nothing financial because a grade 9 student doesn't have money and her parents would just pay out anyway. That's not going to teach her anything. Community service for false accusations of rape. But in a perfect world, there would be a proper investigation into it. And maybe part of the let's say a woman comes forward and says this guy has done something and here is my absolute proof. It would at least maybe force the case to be reopened as well. If he let's say he contests her and is saying, oh, it's defamation. At the very least, they could reopen the whole case and restart everything from the ground up. Look at it all over again. I just think there's ways to do it where we are able to nip this in the bud because it's not funny. Or here's an even better one. Okay, let's not fine women for lying about rape, but let's not cancel men until the jury has weighed in. Which one are we going to choose, chat? Fine ladies or nip people in the butt for social cancellation? No social cancellation. I just see this new judicial amendment or law, whatever you call it, about this topic being really complex. Everything is complex, Leo, though. Our law is incredibly complex. I think it has to be. And it has to be flexible to change with the times. If women are starting to realize, oh, hey, I can actually get money and clout by accusing a guy of rape. Oh, easy peasy. You think they aren't going to min-max that situation? We got to figure out a way to ensure that women are protected, but not to the point where like our brains are falling out. Once again, we are open-minded, but we're not so open-minded that our brains are falling out. There's a difference between being willing to listen to a person's story and completely racing off the edge of a cliff like the buffalo in a herd. It's a very delicate situation. It is. I don't see how you prevent social cancellation in the age of social media. I also don't see how laws punishing false witness and perjury will enable predators. I don't either. But once again, I could see, okay, this is the one scenario, a male predator somehow evades let's say is somehow for some reason is not caught. Let's say he goes to court and he's found innocent of being a predator. And he turns around and he accuses the women of ruining his reputation. This is worst case scenario. And so these innocent women who were actually traumatized are then fined for trying to bring forward the truth. That would be the worst case scenario. I see it really clearly. Yeah, I see it really clearly from my side, Leo. But perhaps the truth is somewhere in between us. It would just encourage preds to go after poorer women since they have more to lose than a predator. Poorer women are already predated on. For example, in Canada, rich women aren't the ones disappearing, per se. Or, getting killed or getting completely graped all the time. Now, of course, you have your college bros who are, like fuck boys who will go around and maybe get grapey on campus with a girl. But your average person who's going to get graped and whatevered is not going to be, how can I say this? Poor women are already targeted. Like, for example, in Canada, the women who are in most trouble, who are considered most vulnerable, are Native Indigenous women for various social reasons. In the UK, they're having a really bad time in terms of certain ethnic group. Yeah. And once again, think about those ethnic groups in the UK, the air quote Asians. Who were they targeting? They weren't targeting like the rich and the famous. They weren't targeting the well-off families who necessarily had the means to go and get help, or who lived in nice tax bracket neighborhoods who could, call up 911 and get great police officers coming to them. They were targeting people who were either Indian or white trash British people. Poor people are already vulnerable. So they wouldn't get more vulnerable. They're already vulnerable. I don't see that as a good enough argument. Once again, though, if I could somehow wave away social cancellation mob, then I would not feel the need to fine women or men who fake injuries in court. Actually, I'm going to just look it up. In Canada, are there fines or punishments for false accusations of crimes? Criminal code. Oh, we have something here. Okay, so public mischief, false statements, reporting an offense as committed when it has not been committed. If you are charged with a false statement, it's a summary offense. The maximum penalty upon conviction is 2 years less a day in prison and or a fine not exceeding $5,000. That seems fair. $5,000. It's going to sting, but that won't completely bankrupt you for the rest of your life. And over here, I have, wait a minute, second. A criminal code. This is from the Government of Canada. Everyone commits public mischief who, with intent to mislead, causes a peace officer to enter on or continue an investigation by reporting that an offense has been committed when it has not been committed, reporting or in any other way making it known or causing it to be made known that he or some other person has died when he or that person has not died. So this is about murder. So falsely reporting murder, falsely reporting offenses. So under this, I think, once again, grade 9, it's different. That's a student. I feel like that person should just go and do community service. But in terms of an adult who is apparently you can go to jail, not exceeding 5 years, etc., etc. So we already have baked into our criminal code protection and punishment of false statements. It's already in there. We just need to maybe apply it. Some people want the false accuser to pay the equivalent amount the victim would have lost. I think it should be case by case, Leo, because some people who lie, like that grade 9 student, they, how can I say this? They can't, how can I say this? Let's say you charge the grade 9 student $5,000 for saying something so terrible as to, temporarily destroy a person's career. I think that wouldn't be helpful because that girl would simply get her parents to pay it and she would learn nothing. He will have to prove mensa res, says Wooly. Conspiracy. It would be very difficult law to uphold in any measure. I agree with that. In the UK, they're having a really bad time. Yes. No looky lose love drama. They demand blood and would cancel people on the spot. That's true. Some people, it's a little unfair to send the accuser to jail for 10 years. Yes. That's ridiculous. Or 5 years. I don't think jail time's the answer. Thank you, party, for the tea. I'm going to wet my whistle. Once again, I don't think jail time. But I think like some kind of community service or something. Something. Or maybe we should just go the old way and just shame the accuser socially. Find them and do to them socially what they did to that person that they canceled falsely. Nothing like good old social shaming. Oh, wait. No, chat. We can't do that. We can't. I forgot. As a woman, that would mean I'm perpetuating woman on woman hate and envy because this unknown person with this unknown teacher who I don't even know what they look like. Clearly, she might be more beautiful than me. So therefore, I simply may be enacting the evolutionary drive by perpetuating indirect aggression against a false accuser. Yeah. I just don't know if I like the idea of mob justice. I'm not a fan of that. Making people pariah would create more mass shooters. You think as grade 9 female who made up shit about her teacher is about to become a mass shooter? Okay, Leo. Okay.
And over and over again, and we as a society and we as women learn nothing from it. So okay, let me try. Tips if you are one of these women. The next time you feel a powerful emotion towards a female celebrity, slow down. Before you go tapping away on your keyboard, check in with your feelings. Take out a piece of paper and start journaling, and get really honest with yourself about the feelings of insecurity, body dissatisfaction, envy, or worthlessness that are being kicked up by this woman. And remember that you don't know her. You don't know this person. Dismantle your hatred before it makes you write something truly embarrassing. And if you can do that, and if you can come to a point of awareness about your feelings and understand before you actually take action what is going on internally.
No, Leo. No. I think 9 out of 10 women find no satisfaction from going around and shooting up people. That's a male brain. That's a male brain thing. Remember, direct aggression, indirect aggression. I genuinely do agree that women stereotypically find more satisfaction from seeing a person die, but they will not do it at their own personal expense. So poison, yes. Give her some poison. Tell her she can put it into a chili. Maybe. Could see that happening. But a gun is not what's going to... Women aren't going to pick up a gun at any point in time. No. That's not a girl thing. Although you could just be joking here, and I'm just taking you seriously, which I should almost never take Leo seriously.
You're going to go through life so much happier. You're going to feel so alleviated that you don't feel these intense feelings of vitriol towards women that you've never met. That's the best I can do. That's the most constructive I can do on this topic. Let me know what you thought about this video. I hope it was helpful, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, I actually don't think her advice is terrible at the end. I think there are too many people being air quote honest online. And I don't like the social piling on that happens, whether it's toward a man or a woman. I don't appreciate it. I think people rushing around to like this guy, right? The teacher who got canceled because of the student faking up a story. He got fired and all of that. I think that's a mistake. I think as humans, before we press enter on the keyboard, we should sit and think. I remember someone from our stream, Sim. I don't know if everyone remembers Simulacrum, but Sim one time said that he would type something out and then he would let it sit either in WordPad or sit on the browser. And I think that is probably one of the wisest things to ever do. Sit and think about what you said and why you're saying it. Look at your words carefully. What words are you using? Are some of them colored with a connotation that betrays certain biases that you might have? I think there's nothing wrong with checking yourself. In fact, I think more people should check themselves. My only issue with Dr. Anna is her conflation of what I'm sure is a multifaceted issue into simply women want to bang hot men. And women are emotional. Go burr. I just think there are many other reasons as to why women go after women. Surely there's more reasons than just she's beautiful and she's competing for this guy that I will never have, but I'm daydreaming about him seeing me on the street and then we'll get together. it's good advice to give yourself. Yeah, Leo. I just need to have it on a post-it note. Trust no one, especially Leo. I'm kind of sad because I do think it's important to talk about woman-on-woman bullying, because I want to highlight the women are human and women can be aggressive and evil toward men and other women. Men don't have the monopoly on dickery. Women can be dickery. My only issue is that she's talking about this indirect aggression going one way, upward, toward these women, wherein I think it's a lot more about Schadenfreude and not just about the sexual drive thing. And honestly, if we looked at this interview, Party says that they end up just talking with each other all the time, to the point where it's almost like they're shutting out Kirsty Fla. And I'm not going to lie, if that is true, I don't want to watch this. I honestly feel like I'll get mental cancer. But if this is true, if Party is correct, and we're going to trust Party on this one. If Party is correct, then who's being indirectly aggressive here? Is it just Kirsta Fla? Is it possible that these people, is it possible that these two women are also being bullies? And that's where I feel like she's not talking about what these women do and how they treat the women below them. And I think this feeds into Schadenfreude. So when you have Amber Heard, here's a case in point. Where is it? There was this clip. Where Amber Heard said, "I don't use stunt doubles." Do you remember that? She was with Chris Hemsworth and Don Cheadle, I think. Oh, I can't remember. I'll try to find it. Maybe that's what they were doing with the interviewer. Some way women abuse others by alienating them, which is worse than being ignored. Maybe that's what they're doing with the interview. Absolutely. It's indirect aggression. That's part of indirect aggression. Dr. Anna talked about it. Indirect aggression includes the silent treatment. Where is it? Indirect aggression entails actions such as getting others to dislike a person, excluding peers from the group, giving someone the silent treatment, purposefully divulging secrets to others, and the use of derisive body and facial gestures to make another feel self-conscious. they talk to each other, not Fla. Yeah. Look, I personally think when I saw the back and forth, I didn't feel like it was a severe, ooh, she got him. But I guess two women who play this kind of game, that is a sizzler. I wouldn't have guessed it, okay? But I suppose it could be read as that way. And if we go by what Dr. Anna said, then I would argue, looking at that Blake Lively interview, this back and forth and the way that they talk to each other.
You've got two nice ones.
And these, they are kind of bumps, aren't they?
No, not bumps. The lovely lady lumps. Check it out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are
you
you
like the
saying-
movie? Are you a Woody Allen fan?
I love most of his movies, and this one was so like visually amazing.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Did you guys love wearing those kind of clothes that you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, working in
Everyone
digital.
wants to talk about the clothes, but I wonder if they would ask the men about the clothes.
I would.
I love Jesse's
He has
suits
some
and
beautiful.
how
That's what I'm
he
saying. His wardrobe was beautiful.
I know.
Corey's
Everybody.
wardrobe
I
was
know.
gorgeous.
He's
Those
so
high-waisted pants.
He's so great.
I would wish men
And
wore
sorry,
high-waisted
too.
pants
I
like
know.
that still. Or
too.
the father with his tank top in
Oh,
bed.
it's so
Just
good.
like it's just
Oh my Lord. Oh my God, Gideon. Okay, I need to stop for a second. I'm going to put on Skyrim. I'm going to quickly go bio. I shall return. We're going to watch Bronze Age. We got to cleanse our palate, guys. I'm going to watch some Bronze Age. We're going to find out. Miro says that there's a part in here that applies to modern day society. I can't wait to see what Miro has brought us. We rarely watch something that Miro recommends. So we're going to watch this. Let's cleanse our palate. We can't take it anymore. I'm not giving Dr. Anna a thumbs up because I think she fell below my 50% approval rating. I just feel like she left out too much, and she's a doctor, so I'm holding her to a higher standard. Even if she did say at the beginning, which I appreciated, she said that it was just her opinion. I just wish she could have maybe brought a bit more to the table. She already was bringing some stuff, but she just chose one study. Surely there are more studies. I will say I appreciate the fact that she didn't plug herself too hard. She's not crass. She was very collected and well put together. I just think it felt like she was conflating too much about the human behavior into a single factor. I feel like there should be more factors and more discussion given to maybe even the few women who don't engage in this behavior and are just critical because they're critical or because they woke up on the wrong side of the bed or they didn't have enough sleep or they're PMSing or that's just the way they are. So anyhow, let's just take a short break. I'm going to throw this up and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. I heard the scream. Yeah, I can't, guys. I can't. I don't like it when people behave like that. And I just don't see how... I just don't see how you can turn a blind eye to that behavior and just be like, oh yeah, that's okay. You know, she's just being victimized by Kirsty Fla. Now, Kirsty herself may be deep down, you know, wanting to have Ryan Reynolds to herself, but yeah, I've only recommended 3 videos or so. Yeah, this is a rare Miro. So we're going to get into this. I'm excited to see what Miro has recommended here. I love old history, so I can't wait to see what's going on here. But essentially, yeah, just to wrap up the last video, interesting video. Some good points, but I feel, once again, not adequately... It doesn't answer all the questions for me. I think it feels very one-sided, like a one-sided take. And that's unfortunate, because I do think it's an issue that should be considered more carefully. What would you have done if you were the interviewer? Honestly, that interviewer, from what I can see, she didn't throw anything at Blake Lively. She sat there and she took it like a champ, like a professional. But if she wants to afterwards go out and talk about it, personally, in my opinion, I think you should never shit where you eat, kind of thing. So personally, I would think twice before going after anyone, even if I really think that they're terrible. Because if you want to continue interviewing people at a certain level, you kind of have to just take it and go with it. Speaking out, I think, is ballsy, but maybe the Baldoni or whatever that other drama is all about, maybe it tipped her over the edge and it made Fla kind of go off. I'm going to be honest, Leo, as a mature person, and especially as a quieter person, I tend to, if I find myself trapped in a room with terrible people, I just kind of turn off a lot and I just focus on getting out of there in one piece without being a complete asshole. And then, yeah. I don't consider myself to be highly confrontational in real life, because I have discovered that confrontation often leads to being physically attacked or verbally attacked. So generally, you just put your head down. Same thing with school, same thing with university, same thing with stuff at church, same thing with the political situation. You just put your head down and try to figure out what you can do in your life, that you can make a change, that you can help people in your life, because some people you can't help them. They're just going to be perpetually caught up in whatever it is that they're caught up in. Now, if at some point in time they come back and they have changed, you need to be open to accepting that they have changed and they've turned their life around. You can't hold on to that bitterness and constantly cling to your angry feelings about that person. You have to recognize humans are changeable and can change for the better. So I tend to like, there was okay, so about a year and a half ago, I had the opportunity to meet some women who had low-key socially bullied me when I was younger, and they had turned into lovely women, amazing mothers, and when they saw me, they were extremely welcoming, they were interested. They asked me about my life. I asked them about their lives, and it was weird. And I remember just going away feeling like that was weird. And I told this to Party, and Party said, well, of course, you all grew up. And that's the key, right? Wouldn't it be terrible if I walked into that place with a chip on my shoulder and just treated them like terrible people, not having given them a chance to show that they changed? So that's where I'm saying is like, people can be really terrible, and sometimes you just have to put your head down and get past it. And sometimes you will have a chance to speak into their lives and help them change. And sometimes you can't help them change, and they will change on their own for the better. And some of them never change. Some of them continue to be crazy people. And you just, yeah. Let one rip. Everyone will look at you. Oh, could you imagine? Maybe because I'm a dude, I would walk over and ask the questions, and if they would continue the nonsense, I would just double down, triple down until the interview is over. If I'm not scared of losing my job, obviously. Exactly. You have to decide for yourself, what are the pros and cons, Leo. And once again, there's pros to your approach and there's cons. The key is to accept that whatever choice you make, whether to not say anything or whether to say something, that the key is to accept that what follows after you've made your choice will always have both a positive and a negative result. Like, you can decide to put your head down and just get through it, or you can decide to stand up and call it out. But understand that for both approaches, there is a win and a lose. There's almost no win-win or situations in life. That's true. I've seen people who were dicks in their youth to mellow out and become good people. Yeah, exactly, Leo. I think it's a shame if you hold on to that grudge forever. But if you see, let's say there's an ongoing thing and you realize, oh, that person is part of it, and you realize, oh, they might be problematic, then I could see why that interview would step up and say, hey, and this is where I think Dr. Anna could have maybe benefited from literary analysis. It is entirely possible that the context of this woman's stuff is to say, hey, this is why I'm speaking out about the Blake Lively situation. And I'm speaking out about the Blake Lively situation because I want clout and money and more clicks. Probably. Let's all be real here, chat. It's kind of gross, but it's the way it is. But I think another reason could also be that she legitimately had a terrible, terrible interaction with Blake Lively. And she wants to point out, hey, Blake Lively has some negatives. And this could account for what we're seeing in other issues surrounding this drama. And that's probably why she also came out about Ryan Reynolds. She's probably was treated better by the man than by the woman. Because guess what? Blake Lively engaged in indirect aggression against another woman. And that woman tabulated it and remembered it for later. Whereas I would bet your pants that Ryan Reynolds, being a man, being held to a certain standard in Hollywood, behaved himself in the interview. But Blake Lively, being the pretty, I can do what I want, did not have to. So she engaged in indirect aggression against the interviewer, and the interviewer pushed back. Honestly, Blake Lively may have deserved it. So I don't like how Dr. Anna chose that particular situation, that particular woman, because I think there was a greater context going on around Kirsty Fla, or whatever her name is. I think there's a greater context going on there. And I think Dr. Anna picking that particular woman was a very poor choice.
Collapse is a fascinating episode of human history.
Okay, we're going to go into history. I'm sorry, everyone, if you don't care about ancient history. I kind of do. And I want to see what Miro suggested. I'm excited. Let's watch. It's called The First Bronze Age Collapse and the Intermediate Bronze Age. And Miro said that there's some links to current day society in here. So I want to see what he's talking about.
The Bronze Age collapse is a fascinating episode of human history. Sometime around 1200 BC, the large, complex societies of the Bronze Age seemed to vanish into nothing, virtually overnight. But this isn't the first Bronze Age collapse. 1,000 years earlier, another collapse episode swept across the Near East that is both less well known and not often connected together as an episode of collapse. So, what happened in 2200 BC? And why did the early states of the Bronze Age disappear? Let's dig in. The Bronze Age began sometime around 3300 BC, and this roughly corresponds with the rise of the dynastic city-states of Sumer. It saw the first Eblaite and Meroite kingdoms and the beginning of occupation at Qantna and Syria. In Egypt, this was the Naqada III, or Proto-Dynastic period. In the southern Levant, large urban centers appeared at sites like Bab el-Dra, Arad, Jericho, Yarmouth, Tel Sayediya, Pella, Bet Yerach, Ai, Megiddo, and Hatzor. The fortification walls at Yarmouth measure up to 40 meters thick at points. In Anatolia, the early Bronze Age saw the rise of the Hattian kingdoms, distinguished from the Hittites who would later absorb the Hattian population. The Hattians spoke a distinct language, neither Indo-European like the Hittites or Semitic like Akkadian. The Aegean too saw an increase in settlements in what is called the early Helladic period. These were the first steps in Near Eastern urban civilization. The early Bronze Age saw the increased development of trade, literacy, urbanism, metallurgy, the beginnings of mathematics and astronomy, and increases in social complexity, leading to social stratification and the development of the state and even early empires. But this trend of development was not unbroken. Sometime around 2200 BC, a several-century-long period of collapse began. In the period between 2200 and 2000 or 1900 BC is technically known, at least in Levantine archaeology, as Early South Levantine 6. But most scholars nowadays refer to this period of collapse as the Intermediate Bronze Age. Now let's be clear about what we mean by collapse. We use Joseph Tainter's definition that collapse is the rapid, significant loss of an established level of socio-political complexity. And while many scholars of this period suggest what happens after 2200 is not exactly collapse, but reorganization or just post-urban, we think this qualifies as collapse given the definition we're starting from. For example, Egypt enters what is called the First Intermediate Period around 2180 BC, ending with the reunification of Egypt at the end of the 11th dynasty around 2040 BC. This period is characterized by division and disorder. Multiple dynasties of pharaohs claimed control over Upper and Lower Egypt, but none was able to actually exert control over the United Kingdom. The annual floods had been lower than usual, which led to decreased agricultural output and subsequent economic troubles. Some sources indicate episodes of famine and disease struck. Life was generally poor for Egyptians during this period. One text dated to this time, called A Dispute of a Man with His Ba, makes clear how harsh conditions were. The narrative is cast as an argument between a man and his ba. That is, a person's personal spiritual essence or element of their being, maybe something like their soul. And he's contemplating ending his life and finally being rid of the evil of this world because surely the afterlife has justice. The distraught narrator bemoans,
"Whom can I trust today? One's brothers have become evil and friends of today have no compassion. Whom can I trust today? Hearts are greedy, and every man steals his neighbor's goods. Kindness has vanished, and rudeness has descended upon everyone. Whom can I trust today? There are no righteous men, and the land is abandoned over to the lawless. Whom can I trust today? The evil that scourges the earth is without end. Death is in my sight today, a cure of a sick man, like going outside after confinement. Death is in my sight today, like a man's longing to see home after he has spent many years in captivity. But surely he who is there is a living God, having purged away the evil which had afflicted him. Surely he who is there stands in a bark. Surely he who is there will be one who knows all things, who will not be prevented from standing in the presence of Ra when he speaks.
Ah, I think we got maybe what Miro was thinking about, which is the sense of lawlessness, rudeness, selfishness, people kind of every man out for himself, inability to empathize or sympathize or cognitively empathize. Kind of got to say that this kind of reminds me of that one French guy party that we liked listening to, Stromae or whatever. This is very similar, but actually kind of deeper. You know, a very, very poetic seppuku note, but yeah, I mean, what a lot of humans don't understand is that society is cyclical. There does appear to be cyclical trends. And I think, to me, it makes more sense when you view all of society as a single human brain. Yeah. You know, Mirokos, how you studied astronomy. I didn't study archaeology, but I was very close to studying archaeology. So I am actually familiar with ancient knowledge. I was extremely close. I had a full scholarship for archaeology. I'll watch the VOD if it gets uploaded because I really like history too. I must be off. Have a great night. Have a great night, Inrakin. I never studied archaeology either. Yeah. Both you and I share an interest in space and archaeology, Miro. But I won't pretend to know much about either. But I know more about archaeology than space, although I still know a bit about space. But anyway, but yeah, cuneiform was the lingua franca. Yep. But I believe the Egyptians had their own stuff going, which is why the Rosetta Stone was very helpful. But yeah, clearly there was a decline. But we've seen declines before, like the fall of the Roman Empire kind of decline, the fall of various dynasties in China decline, certain declines in Indian cultures, the decline of the British Empire, and eventually we're going to see the decline of America and the decline of China and all of that. We're never going to actually see like a never-ending country. Even the Ottoman Turk Empire, which is the longest running empire, I believe, on the planet, entered a decline. So I kind of like this poem, though. This is really pretty. It's very beautiful, all things considering. I like the last line. Surely he who is there will be one who knows all things, who will not be prevented from standing in the presence of Ra when he speaks. Very cool. And I kind of understand how people can get into a sense of severe negativity, you know. Someone said that those cycles come to be when policy tries to control human nature and precede it. And then human nature wins again. Forgotten traditions come alive again and another cycle begins. Leo, do you know what the Byzantium people were like when the Byzantine Empire fell. Decadent. The opposite of controlling human nature. Yeah. In fact, toward the end, let's see if I can find it. Yeah. Wait 1 second. I'm just yeah, he was basically played. Yeah. So I just recommend looking up David of Trebizond. It's really sad. It's really, really sad. But he got played, and he was too soft. And his kingdom was also by then really pared down. And it just, yeah.
There will be one who knows all things, who will not be prevented from standing in the presence of Ra when he speaks.
The themes of justice and right living dominate the literature of this period in Egypt and even of the subsequent Middle Kingdom as they reflect on this period. Texts like The Tale of the Eloquent Peasant, The Instruction of King Merakare, The Admonitions of Epur all emphasize the importance of justice, or ma'at, to a functioning society, with the reader left to assume what we call the First Intermediate Period lacked these virtues. One notable feature of this period was the so-called democratization of religion in the afterlife. Whereas in the Old Kingdom, only the elites, particularly the pharaoh, had elaborate tombs and the means to preserve their bodies through mummification, this shifts in the First Intermediate Period. While the preparations for the afterlife remained expensive, they became much more accessible to a larger element of the population. It has been argued that this attests to a period when the boundaries between elite and commoner were in flux, and the previously impenetrable economic barrier to partaking in standard mortuary rituals was suddenly permeable, allowing more individuals to assert elite status by participating in mortuary customs. The declining authority of the state and the attendant decline in taxation no doubt helped more people find a desirable afterlife. Egypt wasn't the only place that suffered around the year 2200, though. The Levantine coast saw major disruptions after the Early Bronze Age 3 or EB3 period. The subsequent EB4 or Intermediate Bronze Age saw a major shift in settlement patterns. Now, this culture didn't produce any literature of its own, but the archaeological picture is stark. Virtually every single site with EB3 occupation, even ones which would be occupied in the Middle Bronze Age, experienced some kind of occupational hiatus or disruption at the end of the EB3. The large fortified cities are destroyed or abandoned. Settlements move to the ecologically marginal zones. There are no more cities. Instead, modest villages and hamlets dot the landscape. Numerous new cemetery sites appear, often without an associated settlement, suggesting many formerly sedentarized populations adopted a semi-nomadic lifestyle, with some small villages and cemeteries catering to those with the newly adopted nomadic way of being. Many of the settlements are single-phase occupations and often have flimsy architecture attesting to the impermanent nature of the community. The material culture indicates distinct regionalism. The only real long-distance trade was in metal objects, particularly raw copper. It's likely this was facilitated by semi-nomadic populations as they moved through the river valleys in seasonal transhumance patterns. Population estimates for the preceding EB3 period in the southern Levant go as high as 150,000, whereas the intermediate...
Maybe the cities broke apart as well. Let's say there was maybe 1 to 2 factors that destabilized major foundational blocks, and then it was like a dominoes just going down. Like it was just like do like that. And so like just because let's say 2 to 3 major foundations took a hit, I don't want to say only one would suffice, but if there was enough maybe on a foundational level, like maybe let's say because Egypt became destabilized, like the region became destabilized. Because I think, as far as I understand, in previous archaeological takes on ancient society was this concept that they were very isolated, etc. But it appears that there was more connections between the groups. So it's possible that one area being affected led to another area being affected. Oh, good morning, Johnny. I hope things are well. We're looking at Bronze Age, and I'm thinking about why cities broke apart and why people more or less fled to the hills. And I can only assume that perhaps there was enough of a collapse due to maybe foundational kind of backbones, if you will, of economy and politics led to every like weaker, more dependent settlements led to them being fragmented. Systems collapse, yeah. The farmers underneath the cities could not sustain the system of the cities. Yeah. I just wonder if maybe like Egypt being in a state of collapse kind of was like one of the dominoes that caused all the other dominoes to go. Or if there were maybe other factors at play. I know that for Romans and for the Byzantine, it was an issue of decadence. I think for the Ottoman Turk, it was probably overextension and eventually stagnation because they couldn't keep up with the ongoing political realities that were emerging. But once again, well, let's just see if this bro gives us any more information.
Intermediate Bronze Age is ballparked around 10 to 15,000. In general, the Intermediate Bronze Age in the southern Levant in particular looks like a period of intentional deurbanization where local kinship ties and familial authority structures dominated society. The northern Levant, Syria and Lebanon, had a slightly different experience. In the Khabur Valley, the Akkadian Empire struggled to remain in the area. While they built large grain storage centers at Tel Brak, this was eventually abandoned, as were other administrative buildings on the site. Tel Eilan even has a building known to archaeologists as the Unfinished Building, which, as the name suggests, was begun by the Akkadians but abandoned around 2200 before it could be finished. Regional survey around Tel Eilan indicates a population decline of up to 87% following the withdrawal of the Akkadian imperial outposts, suggesting the withdrawal from the Khabur Valley was not just the Akkadians, but also by large amounts of the indigenous population as well. The Euphrates and the Orontes rivers had a different experience. After being destroyed by the Akkadians, Mari was rebuilt and a new ruling dynasty took over the city. While it may not have prospered, the Third Meroyoke Kingdom survived during the Intermediate Bronze Age, especially after gaining its independence following the end of the Akkadian Empire. Ebla as well survived into the Intermediate Bronze Age. The traditional rival of Mari, the city of Ebla, was destroyed around 2300, burned likely by Mari, but it was rebuilt. The subsequent Second Eblaite Kingdom was more modest in scale, but its position in the Orontes Basin meant it could sustain a stable population. Inland, where dry farming was required, the population seems to have shifted away from agriculture and towards pastoralism, as evidenced by the finding of cemeteries with no contemporary settlements. The construction of the so-called Très Longue Mur during this period may have been used to demarcate Eblaite territory and to keep arable lands secure from roving bands of pastoralists. A similar picture emerges on the Orontes. Cities like Tayanat, Arkhana, and the village of Tel Arqa flourished, in part due to their locations. Cities like Ugara experienced an occupation gap during this time, and Katana flourished, being the largest urban center in the region. In Anatolia, the Hattians had thriving early Bronze Age cities. However, the noted Hittite historian Trevor Bryce notes that by the end of this phase, perhaps around 2300, we have evidence in some regions of major and sometimes violent changes. This is so particularly in the west and the south. In these regions, there are signs of major conflagrations, and as far as we can presently determine, relatively few of the established early Bronze II communities survived into the final phase of the early Bronze Age. These destructions have been blamed on a number of things. The most frequent is the arrival of a new group of people speaking an Indo-European language, a group which would eventually found the Hittite kingdom. Similarly, in the Aegean, the early Helladic would undergo major changes in the early Helladic III, or roughly around 2200 BC. Sofia Voutsaki states, the southern mainland suffers a severe crisis at the end of the EH period. We witness depopulation and destruction in various sites, changes in the settlement pattern and the settlement hierarchy, the use of settlement space, mortuary practice, and material culture. So whatever the cause, the archaeology indicates major social change and points to a drastic reduction in the level of complexity established by the early Helladic II period, pointing to socio-political collapse.
And it looks like the people that did somehow get together, hold together, were able to pivot and change how they got food and where their economy kind of gained traction. So like some of them were able to shift gears, as it were, faster. And there were some people, I guess, who weren't unable to. Maybe it was geologically they were kind of shafted. Or if the farmers aren't fooding, then the system collapses. Yep. Most vulnerable regions were those on the coast without a major river. So no, not Egypt and not Mesopotamia. Well, apparently Egypt was in a state of collapse, Johnny, because of a division between two pharaohs, like two families. So the Egyptians were in a state of collapse. We already looked at that here. So Egypt was fragmented, and it makes me wonder if, let's say, Egypt fragmenting and maybe one of the northern kingdoms fragmenting led to destabilization of the whole region. Like if it was like a couple things that went down. Maybe as well there was some sort of a climate issue that led to food loss, which led to more conflict. I don't know.
Though it is notable that Crete did not experience a similar crisis as the mainland did. Finally, the Akkadian Empire in Mesopotamia undergoes a collapse at this time as well. The empire had been founded by Sargon around 2300 and rapidly expanded to include the Semitic-speaking northern part of Mesopotamia and into Syria and the Levant, but also into the Sumerian south. The dynasty of Sargon survived until around 2150 when the kingdom finally collapsed. Several ineffectual kings in a row were unable to deal with the many problems faced by the empire. Climatic conditions may have led to famine and subsequent rebellion, which led to the dissolution of the empire. A group.
There it is. Yep. So we have climate issues as well. Yep.
Called the Gutians took over management of the empire after the final king of Sargon's dynasty passed. The Sumerian king list asks,
157 are the years of the dynasty of Sargon.
Ooh, Sargon.
Then who was king? Who was the king? Igigi was king. Imi was king. Nanum was king. Ilulu was king. And the four of them ruled for only 3 years.
Ouch!
the
Ouchie!
Gutian interlude represented a period of
big ouch.
dramatic decline. The conditions of this period mirror those of
Gutians, in Mesopotamian tradition, they were mountain dwellers from the Zagros Mountains, akin to ancient Mesopotamian version of barbarians. Okay. Following the collapse of the Sargon dynasty, several kings of Gutian origin are recorded in the Sumerian king list. All right. This lasted approximately 40 years. Okay, not super long. It is unlikely they ever had widespread control over Mesopotamia. Instead, several local dynasties, including those who claimed succession from the Sargon family line, competed for control over the region. Okay, so the Gutians were basically Europe's version of the Goths or the Vikings. They were termed as Highlanders or mountain folk. So they weren't necessarily ethnically separated by that point in time. Interesting. So I would imagine then it's like a have a good sleep party. I would assume then, therefore, it's probably multiplicity of factors, climate factors, political factors, and if one country, like a big country like Egypt, starts wallowing, then everyone else gets hurt. The curse of Akkad. Mirokos, let's be real here. Do you have a thing for the Akkadians or Akkadians? In Mesopotamia, kingship was more like hegemony and not kingdom. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. It seems like the Gutians had even less weight than your average. No, okay. You just seem to talk about the Akkadians a lot. Bad stuff do not come alone. They arrive hand in hand, forming a chain. Yeah, Johnny, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no way this is just a one-off thing. There has to be more that must have been going on at the same time for everybody to kind of go downhill. But you notice Crete wasn't affected, island. And then some areas weren't as affected, probably because they were able to pivot quicker.
the first intermediate period in Egypt. In a Sumerian text written after the fall of Akkad, called The Curse of Akkad, the coming of the Gutians was seen as divine punishment for Akkadian arrogance and blasphemy.
Enlil brought out of the mountains those who do not resemble other people, who are not reckoned as part of the land, the Gutians, an unbridled people with human intelligence but canine instincts and monkey's features.
Awkward. You know what? It's brown people being mean to brown people. Not my business. But Curse of Akkad. Okay. Because of Enlil, they stretched their arms. Okay. Let's keep reading.
Because of Enlil, they stretched their arms out across the plain like a net for animals. Nothing escaped their clutches. No one left their grasp. Messengers no longer traveled the highways. The courier's boat no longer passed along the rivers. Prisoners manned the watch. Brigands occupied the highways. Those who lay down on the roof died on the roof. Those who lay down in the house were not buried. People were flailing at themselves from hunger. By the Kiur, Enlil's great place, dogs were packed together in the silent streets. If 2 men walked there, they would be devoured by them. And if 3 men walked there, they would be devoured by them.
That's interesting, because dogs has been an ongoing issue in the Middle East, which is why calling someone a dog is a major slur in the Middle East. It's interesting how what they're saying is the dogs were desperate, and whether you had 2 or 3 men, you were done in.
Noses were punched, heads were smashed, noses were piled up, heads were sown like seeds. Honest people were confounded with traitors. Heroes lay dead on top of heroes. The blood of traitors ran upon the blood of honest men.
Wow. I mean, do some people feel like this is also what we're seeing nowadays? Maybe a little bit. I don't think we're at that bad of a stage. But I definitely think in some parts of the world, this definitely feels a bit too familiar, probably. But it also just shows how bad things got, right? Because up here, it's basically like every man for themselves, right? Right up here, it says, things were so crazy that prisoners manned the watch. And houses back then, you could sleep outside on your roof. So basically, you couldn't even, like, nobody felt safe. That's how I'm interpreting that. The fact that they had no couriers going, you can imagine, if you will, communication is broken down. And yeah, the entrance was through the roof. Racism as old as civilization? Yeah, for real. Crete was a Thessalocracy? Yeah. Powerful fleets for defense and a tributary system that kept them in power among the Aegean Islands. Indeed, it was. Thalassocracy. I can't believe they said those things 4,500 years ago. It's very hot in summer, and they slept on the roof. Yeah, I'm aware, Johnny. I'm aware for 2 reasons. Number 1, I was raised with a strong Christian education, and my parents were very invested in us understanding how ancient peoples lived. And the second reason is, like, we lived in Jordan, so people don't do that really in Jordan anymore. But it's kind of like when you're there, you hear about the culture and the history, so you kind of you know what's about with that. So when I was a kid, because I lived in Jordan, I was able to visit the Dead Sea. I visited Petra. I lived in Amman for a while, and then in Aqaba. Yeah, we saw a few little things here and there. But yeah. Yep.
Honest people were confounded with traitors. Heroes lay dead on top of heroes. The blood of traitors ran upon the blood of honest men.
Yeah, tough times. People
The
every
so-called
fighting
Sumerian
for
Renaissance
themselves.
of Ur, or the Third Dynasty of Ur, restored a measure of stability, but it too failed after only about a century. Modern scholarship believes Mesopotamia lost as much as 60% of its population following the collapse of the Akkadian Empire.
Yikes, that's
this
a
led to a
lot.
shift in the balance of power away from the historically Sumerian south to the Semitic-speaking north. So, based on the archaeological and historical evidence, it is generally accepted that there was a region-wide episode of collapse. While it was not as sudden or as chronologically limited as at the end of the Late Bronze Age, the Intermediate Bronze Age is just as significant an episode of collapse. But what happened? Why did these early states fall apart?
Okay, let's hear it.
The most common answer is the 4.2 kiloyear event. That is a significant climactic shift that led to drastic aridification of the Near East. This process began in the Atlantic Ocean with a weakening in the meridional overturning circulation, basically a weakening in the currents. This led to a decline in the moisture-rich westerly clouds, which bring seasonal rain to the eastern Mediterranean. Core samples from the Dead Sea, Gulf of Oman, Lake Van, and even Mount Kilimanjaro all point to a significant episode of climatic shift around 2200 BC, which lasted until the 3.9 kiloyear event around 1900 BC, where climatic conditions returned to more normative levels of precipitation. It is generally regarded that this was the driving force in the social changes witnessed across the Near East, at the very least instigating a chain of events which led to the collapse. This may reasonably explain why the Euphrates and Orontes valleys comparatively prospered, because while the river levels sank, they still allowed for irrigation farming, while more marginal areas, like the Syrian steppe, could no longer be consistently farmed, leading to more pastoralism. The phenomenon of habitat tracking, or migration of populations to more suitable environments, is cited to explain sites like Mari, Ebla, and Kantna, sites with water sources that are functionally insensitive to the details of climatic conditions. Even in Egypt, the annual flooding of the Nile is important for agricultural productivity, and consistently low floods is a clear sign of the disruption of Ma'at. Egypt needs the heavy rains down in Africa. However, the climactic model is not accepted by all as the only explanation. For example, scholars ask, why did villages flourish in agriculturally marginal zones in the southern Levant if more arid conditions led to the end of the EB3 urban world? Some scholars suggest Akkad's fall has less to do with the climate than it does with imperial policy. Akkad was forged together by military might, and no effort was made to forge a pan-Mesopotamian identification. There was no shared national identity, and there was no real effort to create one. Questions of royal legitimacy were perennially faced by rulers of Mesopotamia. It was generally accepted kingship descended from heaven on one king at a time, but each city-state always believed heaven smiled on their king, thus making resistance to non-local kings downright pious. So would Akkad have faced rebellion and decline anyways? Similarly, were the Old Kingdom pharaohs so oppressive they were just bound to fail? Whatever the causes may have been, and it seems clear the climate shifting was certainly a major contributing factor, it is clear that the subsequent Middle Bronze Age saw a significant recovery. Minoan palaces were built in Crete. The Middle Kingdom in Egypt set a high point for Egyptian art and culture.
Minoa!
Urbanism returned to the southern Levant. The Hittite kingdom was established in Anatolia, and the Syrian cities of Mari and Aleppo dominated the lucrative trade routes through the Fertile Crescent. The Intermediate Bronze Age showcases the incredible resilience and adaptive capacity of human societies. Despite the collapse, new systems emerged, leading to new and innovative forms of social organization. However, this resilience did not shield these civilizations from future challenges. Nearly 1,000 years later, another collapse would remind us that while humans can rebuild, the forces of change are ever present.
Wow, that was a palate cleanser. Thank you, Miro. I'm subscribing. I'm giving this a like. And here's why. What I liked about this person is he presented to us some ideas as to why it collapsed. And do you see how he labeled? It just says First Bronze Age collapse and the Intermediate Bronze Age. He doesn't say why the First Bronze Age collapsed, or Bronze Age collapsed for mind-blowing reasons. I just think this was a fantastic video because it reminds us of something which he really touches on it, which is there's the climate crisis, which seems very interesting. And then there was political crises. And it just kind of reinforces what I suggested, which is that there might have been two factors. So if we look at it, maybe three. So there was a climate change factor. The Akkadians hadn't created a strong enough identity, and the pharaohs were maybe too crazy. And so I could totally see, if we think about modern times today, how if you have a weak ruler and you combine that with economic difficulty, fragmentation's bound to happen. So, yeah. Hegemony, not kingdom. Egyptian hieroglyphs suggest that the Minoans were named by Egypt as the Keftu in their tongue. The Minoans were named by Egypt as Keftu in their tongue. Oh. Yeah, I like the Minoans. They're kind of mysterious. But yeah. Very interesting. Thank you, Miro. There's a sense of national indifference or national shame as well. People not believing in their sovereignty. Absolutely, Leo. So if you combine, let's say, political stability, you add in a dollop of like economic or geological. Well, I don't know if it's climate change, right? So, if you add in some kind of instability related to food and geography, then you could see how it could go downhill really, really fast. Yeah. Very, very interesting. And highly appreciated, Miro. Now, the last thing we can tackle maybe tonight, just going to check in here, is writing. So, way back, somebody recommended this to me, and it's about writing and about story structure. I thought it was interesting, so I thought we'd listen to it and tackle it. History is stranger than fiction. I agree, Miro. Especially the older stuff is very, very, it's a new record. Okay. Dad, a teaspoon of tribal warfare. A disaster cake? Yeah. A disaster cake. I'm baking a disaster cake. So a dollop of political instability, a pinch of climate change, a teaspoon of tribal warfare. We got a disaster in the making. So apparently these are two people, Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Now, who are these people? I have no clue. Let's see if they are famous. Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Okay, they write movies. Co-creating South Park and the Book of Mormon with his creative partner, Matt Stone. So these are the people who created South Park. And they are great writers, I suppose, in terms of what they've put out. They love a good laugh. If I recall what little I know of South Park, they love a good laugh. And so we're going to take a look at what these incredibly prolific people have to say about writing. South Park creators, come on. I wasn't allowed to watch South Park when I was young, Johnny. My parents were very conservative. There were some Disney films that we weren't allowed to watch. South Park's episodes are really cohesive and tight. South Park is probably the last bastion of actual humor. Yeah. I think I was 11 when it came out. Oh, so you started young. Good times. Johnny says, damn. Yeah, my parents were extremely, extremely conservative. Now, am I mad at them? No. They did what they thought was best. But that means that I've only watched a handful of, maybe even less than a handful. I would say maybe 2 or 3 South Park episodes. One of them was about China, and I was laughing a lot. It was good times. Did that make me want to go out and watch it? No. But I did think it was very dab. It was very sleek. And the stuff that I watched showed that they were thoughtful and they were thinking about their material. They weren't just spewing silly stuff out. It was very, very well done, what I watched. Now, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, let's be very clear here. Trey Parker and Matt Stone are we'll put down Trey Parker and Matt Stone are film and TV writers. Okay, film and TV writers. So when we listen to their advice and what they're talking about and to whom they are talking, we need to keep this in mind. So let's see, what did they say about writing a story? Yeah, it got me in trouble when they found out, but that did not stop me. It made them giving up, trying to stop me. My parents gave up after I left the house at the age of 26. You have no idea. At one point, I was 25 years old. I was sitting in my room. It was 1 a.m. in the morning. I had just finished writing an essay. And my mother suddenly was whispering at me in the darkness. I think I was sitting and I was secretly watching an episode of Naruto. And my mom's like, "What are you doing?" And I was 25 years old. And I had to explain to my mom why I was up at 1 a.m. That's what I grew up with. I did not play video games until I left home and went to China. And so when I left home when I was 26, I went straight to China. And while I was away, my parents transformed and changed their mind about some things, and they eased up a bit. That didn't mean that they lost their convictions. And then you went to China for freedom. Kind of, Leo, kind of. But my parents transformed and changed over time. Your house had less freedom than China? Kind of. That's why when I say I had great fun in China, people need to contextualize that with China was going through a good period. I was going through a good period. It was great. But that does not mean China, as it is right now, is a good place to live and stay in. And and by the way, my parents transformed. They began to realize that they were focusing on the wrong things, and they eased up. And my dad is now like a bit of an anime nut. He watched all of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. He watched all of Naruto. He watched Hunter x Hunter. My dad is like into anime. And there was this one weird moment. Late last year or whatever, or earlier this year, I was at my parents' place and I poked my head in the door and my dad was watching Chronicles of Riddick. So like I just want to say, like, my parents transformed. Okay. My parents, I don't want to paint my parents as these like crazy individuals. All right. They went through a period of time where they saw the world a certain way and they realized they needed to change a little. They realized that they were picking the wrong battles. So I love my parents to death because they've taught me that you can change. Anime normie, pump ergo proxy into his veins. Oh, I could try Wooly. I'll see if I can hook him up with that. My dad's very open-minded about trying out an anime. But he does like an action flick. Like when my dad reads a book, he reads Clive Cussler. My dad is not a highly literate person because he came from Holland as a young boy, and his concept of he's very good at English, but you can tell that his foundations of grammar are a bit shaky. But anyway, I love my dad and my mom. But my parents, and remember, Johnny, I was homeschooled. So I couldn't go to school and get stuff secretly from classmates. Right? Yeah, it is a deep dive. Ergo Proxy is a mind. My favorite part of Ergo Proxy was that moment where she's in the river and they basically like stole that scene from I think it was the Rabelais people with the Ophelia in the water. Or was it the, oh my gosh, who are those people who were like, not Rabelais, oh, it's going to be on the tip of my tongue. Not Romanticism. It wasn't Romanticism. Pre-Raphaelites. She has this thing in her head that children's stuff is stupid, even though I don't know if she'd like it. It's so frustrating. Oh, that's sad. I'm sorry to hear that. Johnny's crying. I grew up in an extremely strict home, but I'm not angry. I feel blessed that my parents cared enough, because there are a lot of parents out there who don't give a flying about their kids. My parents cared a lot, maybe a little too much, but I'm very grateful to them. My mom put her whole life on hold to teach all of us. She nearly drove herself crazy. I have deep respect for my mom and my dad. My dad was working, as much as he could to, support us all. None of them were educated really well. So they were working, my dad was working crappy jobs, just trying to make ends meet. So I have deep respect for my parents. They weren't fake. They were very real in many ways. But anyway, let's hear what Trey Parker and Matt Stone are going to tell us about story structure. But once again, when they give us this advice, we need to think about them as film and TV directors, and as Wooly actually pointed out very wisely, comedy and satire writers. So let's see what he says.
South Park Writers Room, one whole wall is one of these. And we've got it split up into 3 acts.
We have different colored markers just like here too. Look at
Yep.
We have that.
And I walk around with the markers like this, and we'll go, okay, we do a show about this.
This is our writer's room.
Oh, okay, well somewhere, this would be a funny scene if we had this.
True.
Each individual scene has to work as a kind of funny sketch. You don't want one scene that's just like, well, what was the point of that scene? We've found out this really simple rule that maybe you guys have all heard before, but it took us a long time to learn it. But we can take these beats, which are basically the beats of your outline, and if the words and then belong between those beats, you're f***ed, basically. You got something pretty boring. What should happen between every beat that you've written down is either the word therefore or but, right? So what I'm saying is that you come up with an idea and it's like, okay, this happens, right? And then this happens. No, it should be this happens and therefore this happens. But this happens, therefore this happens. And that, as soon as we are able to, and literally sometimes we'll write it out to make sure we're doing it. We'll have our beats and we'll say, okay, this happened, but then this happens, and that affects this, and that does to that, and that's why you get a show that feels like, okay, this to that, to this to that, but this, here's the complication, to that. And there's so many scripts we read from new writers and things that we see.
God, I see movies.
And
you see movies that you're just watching, and it's like, this happened, and then this happens, and then this happens. That's when you're in a movie just going, what the f am I watching this movie for? Just like, this happened, and then this happened, and this happened. That's not a movie, that's not a story. Like Trey said, it's those two, but, because, therefore, that gives you the causation between each beat, and that's a story.
Okay, let's talk about it.
But
let's talk about this. I don't know if Herman is in chat, but if anyone who is a writer is in chat, what do people as writers think? Are there any writer people in chat? What do they think about this? So the idea is if your story is and then Y and then Z, it's shit. It should go more like X happened, but Y happened, therefore Z. And this is considered to be, let's say, more interesting. So first off, I don't know how many people are in here, but I want people's feedback on this. What do you think about this recommendation? Okay. Herman's coming out with saying no. Herman, can you explain this? Now remember, we are talking about this from these people who are, without a doubt, great writers. But is there an issue with this? And if there is an issue, what is that issue? I have a few thoughts about why this is. So this is their take. Let's say Parker and Stone's take. So number 1, this is take part 1, and number 2.2. Yeah. So Herman, as a novelist, why do you think this take is not working for you as a novelist yourself? You've published. What is your thought about this? I have a take on this. I think this is a fantastic position to have, partially, but there is some problems with it as well. So I'm curious. So Wooly says, sounds good to me. So Wooly's more in favor with Parker and Stone, I'm supposing. This happened, then this happened is how an excited child tells you about his day at the water park. After about 10 books, people will see the formula in your writing. Okay, so an argument against this. The second position can be as formulaic as the first. That's a fair take. I could see that. Sort of. Especially if you're really, really not subtle about it. Does anyone here have an idea of what would have to go into making X but Y, therefore Z? What would have to go into making that kind of a scenario? Does chat have any ideas? Like I said, I could talk about this. Start writing from the end. Yeah. Start writing from the end. So you might have to think about the end first. In order to go with number 2, you'd have to know the end to a degree. It sounds great for the... Oh, okay. This is not an argument against it per se, but it sounds great for a first draft, but all drafts have to be polished anyways. It would be like, I'm going to a place, but I got robbed, so I beat up the robber. What's going to happen? What happened to going to the place? Yeah, okay. So let's write a fantasy story using this, right? So we'll do like a fantasy story here. So we have well, we created a bit of a fantasy story a while back, didn't we? So a young man with social saying he had social ambitions would be too much of a stress. A young man who just follows the crowd. Just follows the crowd. So he takes on a bet to steal an artifact which curses him. I don't think you can boil it down to a 3-piece structure. I agree. Absolutely. I think the problem with taking Trey Parker and Matt Stone's discussion as someone who's interested in writing a novel, I think it is a big mistake to take their discussion and apply it to yourself uncritically as a writer for a book. And Herman touched on I don't know under what circumstances unrelated events with no connecting theme would be good writing. Maybe if they're separate episodes. Matt and Trey's formula works great for a TV sitcom. The so sounds like an and then. No, because he has character motivation here, just follows. I should clarify this. Remember, we created the story about a young man who is psychologically predisposed to follow the in crowd. As a result, he takes on a bet to steal an artifact, which then leads to him getting cursed, which then sets him on his path to dealing with the artifact. Oh, Sim, by the way, we mentioned you earlier. It was beautiful. You missed out. There's a few issues. It's number one, they're writing for film and TV, which means that they know what they're doing. I have no doubt about it. But writing for film and TV is not writing for a book. So a book does not have a 3 acts. Plays have 3 acts. A book generally has 4 if you're in grade 5, and it may have up to 7 or 8 if you're handling something more complex. So in terms of writing for books, so let's say Chieco's statements. So number 1, writing a book isn't the same as writing for film or TV. So I hope no book writer is listening in on Trey Parker and Matt Stone and thinking, yes, this is great. Because writing a book is simply not the same. Okay? And this is largely due to structural organization. Hi, I was there lurking. Sim, you were lurking? Wow. Are you afraid that you'll be sniped by the fake Susan? The lurker has surfaced. Can this work for video games? I believe it can. Leo, I think video games could... The amazing thing about video games, in my opinion, is that video games could simulate a book structure and it could simulate film or TV structures. Excuse me. And that is because video games have varying lengths. Varying lengths. A video game can be long or short, whereas and books can be long, by the way, or short. Books have varying lengths as well, but how you write a short story is different than how you write a novel. So when I say here writing a book, I mean a full-length book. I'm not talking about a monogram. I'm not talking about, like a tiny pamphlet or a short story or a poem. I'm talking about anything from a novella upward, light novel and upward. So that's number one issue, is we can't go with 3-part structure. 3-part structure does not always work. And I could start ranting here about the amount of people I wrote for who were from TV who thought that they could just imprint onto the book a 3-part structure. It drove me insane. Oh, we'll get to that, Sim. Oh, we'll get to that. So first off, we want to just tackle the 3-part structure that they mentioned at one point, because Herman mentioned it. I think it should be obvious to any novelist or would-be novelist that don't go for the 3-part structure. Don't fall for it. It may not be working for you. I don't like it. And I didn't like it when a client came to me and was like, oh, I want this book written this way. And it's these 3 parts. There was this one client who thought he knew everything about writing. He did not. And he kept referring to his book as having 3 parts. And I wanted to go and lay myself in a dying hole and never see him again. Okay, number 2. Let's tackle the, X but Y, therefore Z. In order to move beyond and then, for a novel, a writer must be cognizant of 2 factors within the content they are creating: external and internal motivation. I think people see things that you want to see. Absolutely. This is why I think if you have actual training from a mentor or from someone who knows what they're doing, that kind of input is invaluable, because it's so easy for people to get into their heads and just see what they want to see. Even someone like myself, who is always questioning herself whether she is unbiased and etc., like always worrying about having like some unknown unknown blind spot. Like even someone like myself needs to have feedback from people. Otherwise, people will spin off into nowhere and just see what they want to see. So the problem with the and then thing is that you will have to have external reasons for why people are doing things and internal reasons. And so, number 3, the push to focus on internal motivation or external motivation as meaning for plot is a modern literary formula. itself. Now, I'm going to be frank. If a writer comes to me and says, in my story, there is a man, and then that man touches a mysterious black rock, and then he gets a curse, and then he leaves the city, and then he meets a girl, and then he meets this other guy, and then he goes to this city, and then they fight a monster, and then they go over to this desert, and then they have a fight, and then they separate for a bit, and then they etc. etc. For me, for most people who come to me with their outlines to do writing, the use of and then, more often than not, the reliance on and then, more often than not, speaks to a lack of analysis in regards to the story. Usually. So when a client comes to me and it's literally just like the characters are like moving across a board, a game board, and oh man, this troubles me. I've seen it so much. It drives me insane. I get a bit worried because there should be some character motivation. I feel like some character motivation, whether it's internal or external. And sometimes it just feels like the would-be writers or the clients that come to me are just asking for a plonky storyline, and just feels like plonk, plonk, plonk. On the other hand, this over-focus on internal or external motivation could be seen as a plot, as a plot formula that modern writers can focus on to the detriment of going for the meaningful moment. So we could say over-focus, however, over-focus on these modern techniques and approaches can stop writers from attempting more genuine archetypal moments within their stories. So I think you can have too little and too much. At least a game board has a goal. Yeah. Johnny has to go. See you, Johnny. Thanks for coming in. Sounds like a Fast and Furious movies. Well, I mean, there's a reason why people don't consider Fast and Furious to be particularly intelligent. However, is Fast and Furious extremely popular? Yes. So maybe another takeaway is most audiences can enjoy and then story. But generally speaking, but more complex narratives perhaps last longer. Yeah. So I think if a writer takes these guys too literally, they might, if they don't handle it correctly, they could get themselves in a world of hurt. They have to just be really careful. They have to be really careful, I think. Yeah. And the reason is like, I actually don't like it when clients come to me with and then stories myself. I'm not a fan of it. Just because it feels childlike. And how can I say this? The maintenance of, wow, I cannot spell today. Maintenance of the Mary Sue, Gary Stu character is only really achievable in an and then story. So I think and then stories best serve Mary Sue Gary Stews. And because Mary Sue and Gary Stew require such contrivance to survive within their narrative, that they require highly contrived narratives in order to like live in the story. Possibly. This is a theory. Maybe I should put the word theory in front of this. I'll put the word theory in front of this. I personally, the Mary Sue, Gary Stu can't be challenged, so there can't be conflict, right? There can be conflict, but that conflict has to be of only to such a degree that they are made to look awesome. Going home, see you in a bit. Take care, Willie. Walk safely. Maybe we'll see Willie again. But yeah. Now, for chat, for the rest of chat, which story do you think you would enjoy more? An and then story or a so therefore story? Or but therefore story? You could argue there's connecting theme of events for Mary Sue stories that they are serving to make the Mary Sue look good. Yeah, that's the meta. That would be the meta analysis. But in terms of the logical flow of the story, let's see if we could do let's see. Let's see if we could do that. Okay, so a strange, super cool woman, girl, moves in with the Avengers. This is a common Mary Sue fan fiction. The Avengers are instantly swept up in protecting Mary, who is revealed to have special psychic powers and is targeted by Hydra. What would be the but then? I'm off to bed. Thank you for the stream. Good night, everyone. Good night, dying game. She was just an average girl with super duper psychic powers. Rest up. Everyone, they're all dropping off. Good night. But someone who writes, and then would they be the type of person aware of the purpose of events in a Mary Sue story? Well, that would be the question, Sim. Yeah. But then she made Thor's brain melt out of his ears. No. We're making this an unironically Mary Sue. But then okay, here. But then, despite the Avengers' best efforts, Mary is kidnapped for a week where she therefore she attempts to escape and is rescuing herself when the Avengers show up to give her backup. Do we want to make this a romance? Well, that does make a Mary Sue, Marty Stu book. Yeah. But therefore, for me, I watched a movie yesterday called Drop, a very solid, intelligent thriller. What surprised me most was how symmetrical it was. Very, but therefore, very Chekhov's gun. Yeah, so here's the thing. I think maybe you could write a Mary Sue with but therefore. However, it would still feel very plonky because the internal motivation of Mary or Marty would be very superficial, I guess. In a bad writer's hands, it would be very, very superficial. So it could lead to extremely superficial, contrived plot. So I think maybe the danger of and then storylines is plot contrivance and superficial motivations. She would have to fail in a but therefore story, so she wouldn't be a Mary Sue. Yeah. Maybe she would become one. Yeah. Once again, I think there are intelligent Mary Sue stories and stupid Mary Sue stories. The stupid ones are the ones that stand out and everyone knows them and they're laughable. The smarter ones can get away with it. They know how to handle it. But that to me, I think, puts them in a special category of like the girl boss category. I think there's an overlap between Mary Sue and girl boss, but it's not one-to-one. So I think the but therefore style isn't a terrible idea. Because it can, so maybe my takeaway, if you want to write a drama, realistic fiction, mysteries, thrillers, psychological thrillers, romances, and romances, you will want to invest in but therefore narrative structures. So, but more mythological or more, I think, like fantasy, for example, you could probably get away with an and then. Like maybe more like pulp fiction, maybe, like where it's just plot, where it's just things are happening. She was doing superhero deeds, but a villain set out to frame her. Therefore, people would think she's not a hero. That's the problem, though. And Mary Sue is rarely put in a position where people don't like her. I should have probably stated what is a Mary Sue. So a Mary Sue is someone who discovers potential, powerful in some kind of way to the point of overshadowing other characters, little to no flaws or weaknesses, possibly no moral flaws. Everyone likes them, except for the villains. Victim-ish. Victimized-ish. Like enough so that you feel sorry for them, but not so much that they can't help themselves. But being a Mary Sue, she easily overcame them quickly. Now you got it, Sim. Yeah, there you go. The story would become an and then story if that happens. Exactly. So here's the issue. I think on a superficial level, you could maybe pretend that your Mary Sue is living in a but therefore so story. But in reality, Mary Sue Gary Stews, and I think a lot of mythological stories is an and then. Like, let's quickly read a summary. Google. Let's do a summary here of Beowulf. King Hrothgar of Denmark, a descendant of great Shield Chief's son, enjoys prosperous, successful reign, builds mead hall, Heorot. Heorot angers Grendel, a horrible demon who lives in swamplands. Grendel terrorizes the Danes. Danes suffer many years of fear. Danish. Young Geatish, warrior named Beowulf, hears of Hrothgar's plight. Inspired by the challenge, he sails to Denmark. There's a feast. I believe he falls asleep. He tears off Grendel's arm. Mortally wounded, Grendel slinks back to the swamp to die. The severed arm is hung high in the mead hall. Okay. He gets gifts and treasures. Grendel's mom wants revenge. Okay, so there is a so in there. And to avenge her to like revenge the death of a Scary's death, a Sherry's death, a Scary's probably death. They go and kill her, and then I believe there's the third one. Yeah, there's the dragon. So when Beowulf is an old man, a thief disturbs a barrow or mound where a great dragon lies. The dragon emerges and starts hunting the Geats, and sensing his own death, he goes to fight the dragon. He succeeds with the help of Wiglaf. The dragon bites Beowulf in the neck, and he dies after having killed the dragon. And then he's burned up on a pyre. Okay, so Beowulf is a lot of and thens, but it's lasted the test of time. I think a lot of mythology, I think if we looked at the Epic of Gilgamesh, it would be even more full of and thens. So I think some of the biggest, most ancient stories aren't really high on psychology necessarily. There's a few here and there where you see like a direct correlation. This happened and so this happened. But generally speaking, it really is very almost childlike, which is maybe why it's more remembered. But yeah. She was having a good day. No, Mary Sue's can't have bad days. She was making a good day for someone else. Sim, we'll make a writer of you yet. Sim's going to come out with the blockbuster Mary Sue novel. It's going to start here tonight. So I kind of like some of what they're saying because I definitely felt like a lot of my clients had a very childlike understanding of why their story should work the way it should. And it bothered me because if you want to at all inch into drama or political stuff, you really need to have your motivations down, in my opinion. And it needs more. Like, you need to actually position yourself to understand the dominoes that will fall should one position be taken over another position. So yeah, I love hate this advice as per usual, because I think it is a good thing, but it has to be contextualized as advice for a very specific focus in writing. And now that I realize the time, I'm just checking and I'm realizing it's now 1 a.m. So I might actually sign off here. I got 3 videos done. Very cool. But yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun. And I got 3 videos done. I should give myself a pat on the back, honestly. Although the one video didn't really count as a video. Chieko watched video 1 and then watched video 2 and then watched video 3, but then it was 1 a.m. Therefore... Oh, that's a good one, Sim. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, my Lord. Oh, that's great. That's really great. Oh, that's good. Oh, I'm smiling. But I did have a great time with everyone. Honestly, it was interesting because we saw some new faces in here. We see the return of Sim. And it was fantastic to think about writing. I want to do a few more videos about writing, but I first want to work on my own writing, I'm now up to 20 hours a week for teaching, and I was stressed out about it because I had some new students, but I'm slowly settling in. So do Mary Sue's not actually engage in legitimate conflict? I do think they do have like a villain who hates them. In some cases, Sim, there's a girl who is probably engaging in indirect aggression against them, usually for the competing for the eye of the male. So you can imagine, let's say the girl, so it's an OC. Let's go Steve Rogers OC. And it will be, the conflict will be, let's say, OC fighting Hydra with the Avengers. That's like the big conflict. And then the smaller conflict, but equally important, is the OC putting any rivals to romance in their place. Whoever that might be. I forget who Steve Rogers goes with, but yeah. So there would be two major conflicts, Hydra and the woman, who would be rivaling against the OC for Steve. Peggy Carter. There you go. Putting Peggy Carter in her place. That's how that would work. Kind of like that. Or if it was Tony Stark / OC, that would be putting Pepper Potts in her place. Now, some writers don't want to be derogative toward the female. So Pepper Potts, for example, could suddenly die, or Pepper Potts might just decide one morning that she wants to focus on her career and Tony isn't important anymore. So like some writers will soften the approach to how they deal with the original pairing, but yeah. Putting them in their place. Sounds like a trivial conflict appropriate for Mary Sue. Yeah, once again, that's not always what a Mary Sue will do. Like I said, some authors want to soften it, and so they will have like people die. Right. People will die. And they're a widow now. They're a grieving widow, or widower, actually, I should say. So the grieving widower is now scooped up. And so the OC is kind of like just fighting Hydra. And if there is another rival, they will create another OC who's evil, who's trying to, let's say, hurt Steve. And so the Mary Sue has to protect Steve from the evil woman. And that evil woman doesn't have to be Peggy Carter. It could be someone who is made up for that specific purpose. I think smarter Mary Sue writers in the fanfiction space, and I say this cautiously because I've only read a few Mary Sue stuff because I personally am allergic to it. The smarter approach is Mary Sue is struggling with some form of trauma, which she is healed from via personal and romantic empowerment. That's the smarter approach. And FYI, this approach is the usual approach for most published romances. If if they have a Mary Sue, this is how they're going to handle it. Dr. Anna is Mary Sue. I don't know if she has a Mary Sue complex. But yeah. So like for example, the main female in Dragon Bride is struggling from a domestic violence trauma, and she will be healed via personal and romantic empowerment. And most romances will go this route for a Mary Sue that everyone loves. And usually if there's an enemy, it's either a jealous woman or an evil woman or even an evil man who is trying to prey on her. Yeah. So that's kind of like, probably like, I don't know if anyone here remembers the film. Oh, what's it called? Ever After, which is the Drew Barrymore remake of Cinderella. That skirted very closely to Mary Sue. And the reason for that is that if you really look at Cinderella, Cinderella is in essence a very beloved character. And she is bullied and ostracized by her family. So she is like a wooby Mary Sue. But unlike a lot of Mary Sues who bounce back or get extreme power or overshadow the other characters, Cinderella does not. So this is what puts Cinderella outside of the Mary Sue category. But if filmmakers aren't careful when they remake Cinderella, it can become Mary Sue-ish. So, yeah. But, yeah. Well, I think I'm going to call it here. I got some other things I want to do tonight. But maybe I'll see everyone around. And maybe... I can't promise about Tuesday. We'll see. We'll see what's happening. But I'm going to basically try my best. I'm going to try to see if I can get some videos out. I've been extremely lax. But hopefully I can overcome work stress and be even more productive than usual. And Ben, you'll be very proud, but I have hit item level 719, maybe 717. I got past the 715 threshold. So Ben and Miro have to pat me on the back now, essentially, because I have got there. Finally. I buckled down and I did it. Ben, I adulted. I did my dailies. Yeah, I'm still not as high as I'd like, so I am going to aim to gear Summoner to 750, but for now, what I got is solid. So, yeah. Anyhow, thank you everyone for coming today. I really appreciate everyone hanging in there. We did great, I think. And overall, I had a lot of fun. Wooly thought I was drunk. I was not drunk. I think I was just having a good day, all things considered. So, yeah. Thank you everyone for hanging out. And I really appreciate people dropping in and chatting. And I look forward to seeing you around. But yeah. And Sim, I might actually ping you. I hope that's okay. Because I want your opinion on the WoW one button thing. Heh. I want his opinion. I'm just curious. I'm agog with curiosity. Because Zaryu doesn't like it. So, or at least last I heard, he didn't like it. So I'm now very curious as to what Sim thinks. So anyhow, I'll see everyone. Thank you again. And yeah, I'll see you around.